Okay, are we all good to go? Microphone good. Music, hold on. There we are. Good, good. Let me crank this down a little bit on my end. Raise it up on your end. Oh, it as soon as it passes. Hold on, give it a second. It's gotta think. Okay. In that case, let's see. I'll raise you up again. Yeah. And then move you up here. There we are. Are we good to go now? Hi, everyone. How are you all doing? Let me put this timer on. And hello, the Foxy Coffee. Welcome back to stream. Congrats on being forced. welcome, and welcome to you as well, Rodrigo. Hi, and ooh, Fountain Waters. Welcome. welcome to you as well. And oh, these names are so small. Hold on. How does OBS expect me to see them? Lauren. Oh, yeah, maybe Lorena Wack. Maybe I haven't heard that name before. Welcome to stream as well. How has your weekend been? How have you all been? Let me make this a little bit bigger. I feel like I might need my glasses for this stream. How's your weekend been going though? You've been good. You done your time. Hi, Les. Welcome. Hi, y'all. I'm passing to say hi and wish y'all a great stream. Thank you, Les. I was about to say, great time. I know it's still final seasons, right? So good luck with studying and things of that nature. Let's see. Hi, Check. Welcome. And it's been so long. The jamming finally returns. Welcome, and indeed it does. And Skillet Fun, is that how you say it? Welcome. Whoop. Whoop, indeed. I'm telling you, I'm very excited. Yesterday I had to cancel stream due to having a headache. Sometimes I just wake up with them and just, you can't focus. I can't sit here. It's just so, bleh. And so being able to today to wake up no headache, oh man, you bet your dollars I'm gonna be here. Let's see. Oh, hey, my name is still Tim. Welcome to you as well. Hi. Let's see. To ensure a safe stream, tilt head backwards 55 degrees and go, hey, Tim. Welcome. Now, 45 is like half, right? So this is like 45, so 55 is a little bit more. Welcome. Hi. Oh, that. Detection. Hi. And hi, Ansia. Welcome. Oh, I think I already said welcome. Welcome again. Let's see. I thought it was late. I forgot you streamed today. No worries. I have had quite a few cancellations back to back, haven't I? So I completely understand. And also, hi, how are you? How's everyone actually? I'm doing much better now. And hi, Scyther. Welcome. I'm doing much better now. This week has been a very eventful one. So you said welcome, without my name. I see. So I was never sure if you were talking to me. I seem to have been doing that a lot recently with reading things on the screen, but not speaking them on the screen. Today, the day, I make sure to make that a goal. And hi, Luma. Welcome to you as well. Hello. I hope you've been well. And hi, Jack. The iconic head tilt of classiness. Yes, yeah. You must raise your pinky in the air to make sure you are quite fancy. Fanciness is 100% important here. Without fanciness, it would be chaos. We're fancy people. And you seem very energetic today. I hope you've recovered well from the headache. Oh, yeah. I have, and that is one of the reasons why I'm excited, as the thing is, I stream 3 times a week, right? 3 times a week, yeah, okay, I was about to say a day. 3 times a week. One day is pixel art, one day is game dev, and one day can be something, this time around it's Deltarune, so thankfully, if I only miss one day, I will guarantee always do pixel art once a week, and I will guarantee always do game dev once a week. Unfortunately, that means I won't be able to do Deltarune, but you know, it's all right. As long as I'm making a little bit of progress with pixel art and game dev, the third option is always just a sort of backup, which is nice. And let's see, no rapper can match Eminem's speed. Hi, D-Jack. Welcome back to stream. Welcome. And let's see. Maybe the headache was protecting us from the chaos. No. I assure you. It was, you know, maybe the headache comes from like steam, smoke or something, or smog coming out of the head. And is the audio of the music? I checked it, but just want to double check. Is it good to go? I am using a different method for detecting music and things of that nature. Recently I tried piano and I liked it, so I'm trying it again. I found a place where I can get it so it's not copyrighted, so hopefully that's relaxing to listen to. Though you're not going to be listening to it for long, are you? Since we're going to be doing my music. And did I dream, or did the stars just blink? No, you're dreaming. It's an illusion. You might have seen them move though. They can move. See? They got a little physics to them. And hi Rodrigo on YouTube. Welcome. And hi Suncha. Hello to you as well. Welcome. And let's see. I'm interested in making music, so I'm going to listen to the stream. Lovely. I hope I can help answer some ways to get started. As oh man, it's been a long journey, but it's been a time coming, hasn't it? And let's see. I did read those words, I believe. I think I read everyone. Let me just double check and scan through everyone. I believe so. Okay. Alrighty. In that case, let me go ahead and hide this guy here. And the chaos is the natural state we must bask in, and it's all concentrated in Eris. There's no chaos here. I don't know that word. Chaos? Never heard of it. Let's go into planning, shall we? Which star? The energetic one? Yes. Alrighty, so today should be pretty fun. I'm super excited because we're making some music for my game. So we'll go through the pitch of the game. I'll explain what the game is, the setting of the game, things of that nature. And then I'll explain upcoming things about the game. And Galflow, is that how you say it? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Hello. And speaking of notifications, I don't have that guy pulled up, so thank you for reminding me. STREAM, and then yep, and then I go ahead and just want to make sure that guy doesn't get muted. That wasn't too loud, was it? Let me just double check. Yeah, it looks like it could be a little bit too loud. Let me tone it down on this side of things, as it is also blowing out my eardrums. About this? There we go. Are we all good to go now? Not too loud in the ears. Like there. Okay, good. The thing is, I use a piano, right? A keyboard. However, the MIDI setup is a little wonky. A lot of programs in the background are using the MIDI keyboard, so I have to have it organized in a certain way where programs are open in a different way. So if this if this keyboard shuts down from inactivity, I'm gonna have to close all the music programs, reopen them in a specific order so that the piano will register. So I will periodically just press buttons just so that it doesn't do that. That's just a heads up. So let's see, why is this not giving me the notifications, guys, I'm looking for? And let's see, the background's so fancy. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. It's quite a fancy setting, so I'm glad you like it a lot. And let's see, the chaos is controlled. The chaos is non-existent is what you mean. None whatsoever. And look, okay, I need to be honest. I'm on a break today playing games because I was tired yesterday, so I'll be lurking for nearly all stream. No worries, Ansia. And again, no need to apologize for being late to stream. The fact that you're here is more than enough, and I hope you have a lovely break. Breaks are very important. It's good to play hard and break hard. And let's see. I keep forgetting you don't have a lurk command. Oh, is that a thing? I just assumed it was not Discord, Twitch background thingamajiggy that automatically did it. I'll have to look into that. Thank you for saying that, as that's interesting. And have a good rest, indeedy. Okay, let's see. So we'll talk about upcoming plans for my game. And then what we'll do is we'll try to make 2 songs today. We'll try to make an easy song and a hard song. I believe I had made a medium song, but due to the feedback I've been getting, apparently I made a hard song. But we'll see. So saying all that, you all stay right where you are, all right? Get all nice and comfy. There's no reason to go anywhere else but where you are at the moment, and I will be right back, okay? Let me do this guy here. Let me do this guy here. What does the command even do? Unplug your keyboard and gives you choco milk? That sounds lovely. But I have no clue. Saying all of that, though, welcome to this interesting place you happen to find yourself in. One way or another, you happen to be in some sort of maybe elevator lobby, some sort of business lobby. If I really had to guess, if I really had to wonder, and you're about to go into the elevator, but oh no, the elevator seems to not be responding, or it's just taking a really long time to come to your level, whichever one. There's no doors to exit, there are no windows to exit, and there's no other area to go. There is only elevator, just elevator. Saying that, since you're here and I'm here, though you can't see me, so why don't I show you that I'm here? Hello! Hi! Fancy meeting you here. Come here often. So, considering that you're here, I'm here, you might as well spend a little bit of time, conversation, a one-on-one, and I'm currently making this lovely game, a rhythm typing cafe game, and it happens to go by the name, bam, oh, hold on, bam, Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game, and that's my body to exit, a worthy sacrifice. There's my body to exit. As I said before, I may be an eldritch being, but I do not take soul or body sacrifices. That's too classic, and I like shaking it up a bit. And how coincidental, isn't it? Welcome to the elevator pitch, a section I like to do at the beginning of my game dev streams where I attempt to pitch my game to you. It serves as a way to invite you all into the world of Necrotype Cafe, and also as a way for people who may not have heard of my game before to get introduced to it, for people who may have not been here in a second or two to get reintroduced in it, and also as a way for me to get better at explaining it. The idea is that I have 1 minute to pitch my game to you, and hopefully by the end of it, you'll 100% be sold and not forced to enjoy the idea. Not at all. You're here on your own free will. Saying that though, that up there, hold on, let's see, that up there is timer. So when that timer goes, there you go. Let me go ahead and make this smaller so I can see the timer a little bit more. Let me get some water and then we will attempt. Let's see. Okie dokie. I'm all wrapped up and ready. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here. Oh no, well, wrong guy to hide. I need to hide this guy here. Lovely, okay. And go. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancer family to this prestigious wizard academy. But she doesn't want to grow up to become a necromancer now. She wants to become a baker, a chef. So she decides to open up a hidden taboo cafe in the hidden part of the school, in a bit of a what would you call it, a schoolroom. And she serves her fellow wizard students or her fellow wizard customers. And the idea is that by the end of the semester, you'll be able to show your family and all those who doubt you, hey, I don't have to be a necromancer to be successful in life. I can do cooking. And the idea is that because it is a cafe sim, you're serving customers, but how do you make the food? How do you make the dishes? You have to type to the beat, hence rhythm typing. You have to summon the food by continuously typing on the keyboard to certain spells. And the idea is that you take different poems, different pieces, different speeds, depending on the different flavors. So you have your fast poems, your slow poems to create different foods, and it's a back and forth between can you balance rhythm and typing, and can you balance cafe management? And that is my time. And good evening, Shadow. Welcome to stream. You couldn't have come at a better time. You know, I had to rate this pitch. I maybe would give it maybe 7. Maybe 7. It didn't feel too one of my best, but it didn't feel like one of my worst. More maybe medium. So maybe 6.5. And how coincidence, isn't it? You know, you just happen to find yourself in these strange circumstances. And even the business suit can't contain the chaos. No, it can't. It's tried. But that's to say that there is chaos, because there isn't chaos, all right? Let me go ahead and take off the business suit, as it is no longer business. Now we talk game dev. Let me go ahead and take the suit off, and let me get my business and also friendly associate Bobby here. So he's all nice and ready to go. Now, if for some reason my pitch didn't 100% sell you, as I'm sure it did, you're running to the stores right now. Let me go ahead and show you the current version of the game. Now, recently, I believe it was either Thursday or Wednesday, a big update has been released for the game, so couldn't have been better timing. Let me go ahead and bring you into Obsidian. Where are we at? Obsidian. Lovely. Let me go ahead and play this music here. Let me go ahead and let's see. Audio, we're good. Audio, yep, you. Should be good to go here. And does the suit get paid? The suit is free. That's just how cool it is. Let me go ahead, and I believe if I do exclamation SECROTYPE, I should be able to do that. Lovely. Okay. So you'll be able to check out the game currently if you'd like to get a preview of it. It's currently in a good version. It is just released, so there's bound to be bugs. And since you heard Chuck, thank you for pointing out the bug about the customer missing. I forgot to put that on there, the bug notes. So thank you for reminding me. It has been noted and will be addressed. Don't you worry. Let me go ahead and click on Obsidian here. Where are we at? Let me go ahead and click on Run Game. It should open up the game here, and I turned the music on, but really I need to turn it back off since the music is about to start. Let me go ahead and make the screen bigger, and with that, let me go ahead and grab all of chat here, move you over, and then I can go ahead and hide all of you here. And, oh, no, not hide that guy. I need to hide you, show you. Oh, never mind. Hold on. Obsidian, yep, Obsidian. There we are. Lovely. Alrighty. We should be A-okay, good to go. Good. Okay. Saying all of that, for the past few months, I have been struggling to figure out calibration. However, it has been figured out. So, I present to you the new calibration system. No, hold on. Let me make sure I don't forget to press the key on the keyboard. And if I go ahead and click on calibration here, you can see brand new screen from what it previously was. So the idea is that on start, press space when the skull's aligned to the circle. So let's go ahead and do that. So start, click, 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 click. Lovely. 0.059. And I'm realizing this now, but because of the way my setup is currently, my keyboard is nowhere near me. And vibe, it is very much a vibe, or I guess I'm guessing you're saying vibe. So if I did read that. Good. Okay. Let's go back to the main menu and let's do the tutorial. That way you can get a feel for the game. So if I click on tutorial here, at the bottom of the screen we have a little book here, and if I flip through the pages, and the calibration works great, the game itself is still hard. Yeah. that's what I'm hoping to address today, is to make different songs for different difficulties. Right now, there's only one song in the game, and it's working. Oh yeah, it came out. I haven't made a big official announcement yet. I hope to make that next week since I'm making a devlog on YouTube. So hopefully that'll release next week. I hope the customer's ready to order. That'll release next week. We'll make the big announcement. But if you're on the Discord, you were announced. So it's a thing of small release to get small feedback and then big old release. But if you're here today, now you know that it is up and going. So if I go ahead and go to this tab here, you can see that this customer wants something. It's kind of a purple cookie looking thing. If we go to the next page, you can see it's purple. And that all that means is that it's a bitter cookie. So let's go ahead and make her a bitter cookie. Let's go up here, and another bug, you can see that little skull guy. Things that I hopefully will be able to patch this week. Let's do bitter, and let's do cookie. Another new change is that now there is a little mini tutorial page for the spell casting, since I thought it might be a little bit confusing. Isn't that? I put a lot of time into this, figuring out how to add these buttons down here. So at least to say, I'm just a smidge proud. So let's go ahead and click on close here. And now, bitter cookie time. Let's see if I can manage this. Ready? I-N space W-I-N-T E-R period space L-I-K E space E-X-P-L-O-R-E R-S comma space M-Y space A-R-M-S comma space S-E-A minus B-W-E of comma F-H-O-T space G O-O-D space W. Almost done. And let's see. H-E-N space I-T space I-S. And I'd like to say, I'd say that the song is like half the issue. For some, you can barely type without looking at the keyboard. Yep, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, for me, I thought this might be too easy, and the only hard part, what? Okay, just imagine that I served the customer and they got their food. Apparently, I was too slow. That's another thing that can be fixed. The timing of the customers, their patience. Just imagine, this customer in skull equals space. Yeah, for some people it wasn't clear, which is something I completely understand. In the calibration, it tells you the skulls equal space, so the assumption is that you've played through the calibration and can remember. However, getting feedback and having some people test it, they didn't remember it, which means that I have to put it in the tutorial, which is A-okay. This is why I try my best to get direct feedback and watch people play the game, as, for example, things like the tutorial. Right now, it's not clear enough for what you do with these guys here, and it's talking about an atlas. What's an atlas? So I have to redo the tutorial to make this a lot clearer. Yeah, 100%. And hi, Asuka. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. Alrighty, so saying all that, if you'd like to check out the game, you can check out that link. And
Kenneth Zero is now following.
50. I don't know why I didn't add the 5, but welcome to stream, and thank you for the follow. So that is the game currently. All the music you just heard in the game has been created by me over the past few months. Isn't that lovely? All the music, all the art, all the programming, I can 100% now say that it was me. We had some, what's the word I'm looking for? Placeholders music, and now that is no longer a thing, which I think is crazy to think about, as those placeholders were meant to be the actual official music, but considering I had to make a rhythm game, I didn't know this, but knowing how to make music is pretty important. And I've reported another bug, by the way. It's not that bad, so don't worry. Lovely. I'll have to take a look. Thank you for reporting and putting in the effort. And how long have you been working on the game? I've been working on it since last August. Every time I say that. This is the second game I've ever made. The first game I made in 24 hours. So the hope was to make this game, the second game, to be simple. It was supposed to be finished by last December, so it was only supposed to take a few months, but as you can see, it's almost been a whole year. And that's solely because I made a rhythm game, and but progress is going, and I can certainly say I'm exactly where I need to be. But thank you for the follow, and welcome again. So let me go ahead and hide this guy here, and from there, let's go back into planning. Bring it back up here. The music should be good to go. It should be audible. Yep. And so congrats on making it. I've always wanted to make one, but working plus making a game on the side, oof. So congrats. Thank you. And yeah, it's painful. Glasses toggle. Let me bring out that timer. And hi, by the way, Ironclad Magician, or is that, okay, it is Magician. Welcome to stream, and thank you for that redeem. Alrighty then. 10 minutes of glasses. So let's see. Big brain time, glasses time. 10 minutes has started now. There you go. Let me go ahead and swap out screens. So let's see, where are my screens? There should be a screen guy here, and lovely. Okay. So to quickly address the development of the game and where it's currently at, there is a whole list you can see here, a laundry list of things I have to do. We have to patch the bugs of this current release. There are some mechanics, so adding a way to update or adding a way to control everything in the game from the keyboard. That would be the bookshelf mechanic. There was an idea to add ghosts into the game as a special feature. Those will be re-added. Right now they're deleted as they're not in the game. The tutorial, like I said or mentioned before, has to be updated so that it adds to everything. It makes sure that it explains everything, as I want a tutorial that feels nice and easy to understand. And I'm assuming adding the mechanics, the ghosts and the tutorials is going to bring a slew of bugs. So we'll do another bug. And then from there, all the basics of the game should be good to go, which means then we can add the art of the game. If you didn't notice before, currently the game doesn't have a lot of art. You have the characters, you have the trash can that now has some art, and you have the food that has the art. Aside from that, everything else is blocked off. So we hopefully will add some visual stuff and then also some audio stuff. So hopefully maybe more music. And then the release will be released for the demo. This is the smallest version of the game. And after the demo, then I'll work on the, excuse me, my nose. After the demo, I'll work on the full release of the game, which means more songs, more customers, more things of that nature. But for right now, there's 2 customers, there's 2 flavors, there's only a few types of foods. But after demo, we do extra stuff, and I get to add a lot of fun things. And does the hard song mean the song is complex or that it goes hard? Yes. Yes, 100%. So that's the update with the game. Let me go ahead and go back into this, let's see. Screens guy here to bring it up back to here. And I don't have it on here, unfortunately, but I wanted to quickly cover resources for those of you who maybe want to get started into making music, as I know it's a doozy, isn't it? So if I go ahead and bring you into, I believe, hold your horses. Let me go ahead and close this guy. I won't need him anymore. Actually, you know what? I'll keep him open in case I do need him. Let me click on you here. Where are we at? Browser. Yep, browser. Lovely. I'm gonna make sure that this guy here opens to this guy, and then I can transition. Lovely. There we are. Okay. So while the website is a work in progress, it's still mentioning, or it's worth mentioning. I believe if I do MUSIEGS, it should, lovely, do that. And I'll copy that here, and I'll also paste it here. So, if you didn't know, I have a website, and also the little keyboard guys are on the screen. They should not be. And also let me remember to press it so that it does not shut down. But I have a website. You can go to erisezra.com. The goal of this website is providing you a place to access resources for things that have game development, or things that relate to game development. So things like pixel art, for example, is the topic I've covered a lot of. I've only recently started to talk about things to do with getting started with game development. Right now we're on the idea section, and for music I now have a music section, and you can see here if I click on the guy, that's the link I sent you, and hard have what's fusas maybe. I haven't heard of that before. If you could elaborate, Rodrigo. And this is what I was talking about, the working progress place page. However, hopefully these links here can help you get started in learning. Oh, 134th. Oh. That sounds painful. I don't even know if that's even possible for my my system, and we'll talk about the system, but I think it goes up to 1/16th in my case. 132. Oh, painful. You can see that there's a playlist for start here. I've had what's the word I'm looking for? I've had the privilege of being able to contact people who understand music, who have graduated from music, what would you call it? Who have musical degrees. Like Rodrigo here has helped quite a bit in helping explain musical terms like that. I've also had some music lessons from a retired music teacher as well. So I've had the benefit of being able to be in contact with people who know a lot more about this topic than me. I was linked these videos, so I made them into a playlist here you can check out and look at. If we go back into here, there's also a playlist of all the previous music streams I've done before, all in the past. And then also for here, I made a list of videos that I found to be helpful. Just me kind of looking through YouTube and thinking, oh, this seems nice. Oh, this seems nice. So we have some of these guys here. Along with that, I have some YouTube channels that might be of interest to you if you're more of an audio visual type of person. I mean, that is music, isn't it? And don't worry, chat, you've helped a lot too. You're self-taught too? Oh, even better. That's lovely. Even more perspectives. Lovely to hear. And chat has indeed helped. Yeah, that's the thing, is that you don't have to have a degree. A lot of music is just, do you have the feels? Does it pass the vibe check? And if it does, you know that, music's something, I guess to say, is universal in the sense of everyone knows what good sounds like, but not everyone knows how to make good. And a lot of the times, if you know what sounds good, you can get halfway there with making it good. So there's some YouTube channels here, and then from there, there's also this website here and here. It goes over just explaining some music terms, things of that nature, and also this guy here. I really like this website. I have the program for it on my computer, but it goes over different things like chords and, let's see, scales, things of that nature. So if you're looking to get started, all of these things are free, which is lovely to know, as I can click, let's see, C major scale, it's a really common guy, and I can go down here and it's like a big interaction lab that lets you know where to go. You can click guys and interact with them, which I find really neat. Aside from that, a lot of people always ask, what programs do you use to make music? And there's plenty of guys out there. Over the months, I've tried different programs. I've tried Beatbox, which is also Ultrabox, this guy here. I've tried Bosca. These are usually the two that get recommended for game devs, as I'm trying to come at this from a game dev perspective. So you have this guy here that you can make music with. There's also this guy here that you can download to make music with. And I really do like both of them. However, my gripe was always the size of the screen, and so I ended up going with a program called MuseScore. That's the one we'll be using today. And MuseScore is sheet music. That is the summary of it. You're able to, all of these things are free. You're able to get a free program that lets you compose music using sheet music. So we're gonna use sheet music today, but it's not as complicated as it may seem. I assure you. Once you get the hang of it, it's a lot easier. And for me, because I'm working on a rhythm game, the MuseScore allows me to have accuracy with my music, and it makes it a lot easier compared to maybe doing something like Bosca or Ultrabox or Beatbox, in the sense of I can know when a note's gonna get played 100%, so I can keep all the same notes or something of the length. I believe those are all of those guys chatted about, figured out. Let me go back into, let's see, planning. Yep, that guy right there. And let's see. Okay, upcoming plans, we did that, and now let's chat about the music. If I bring you into MuseScore, now that we've chatted out about it for a bit, and hold on, let me press the button so that it does not close on me. Let me go ahead and bring you into music here. And it should be all the sheet music. And it looks like a lot, but it'll be fine. Right now, I guess the best way to describe it. The way the game works and the way I currently have my system created is that there has to be about 2 seconds before the game starts. So I have here a instrument, the harp, that plays to say, hey, the song's about to start. If I go ahead and mute the music that I'm using, so let's see. If I go to this guy here, mute him, that way it's a little bit easier to hear. And so all I have is that I have these guys here say, hey, music's about to start, get ready. That's that guy there.
Zemly1 is now following.
Thank you for the follow, Zemly, maybe? Welcome to stream, and you can tell me how close I got, and if I need to correct myself, but welcome all the same, hi. And that's what the harp's for. This harp guy here is just supposed to say, this is starting. So I can go ahead and I think hide the harp? Yep, hide the harp, and it creates less on the screen. Next up, and I will go ahead and hide this guy here, and also hide this guy here. The summary of my system currently is just this guy here. The way music works, music in the sense of, I guess, sheet music works, is that we have this little bar here, right? And you have your notes. We'll just grab this guy here. Oh, wrong guy. This guy here. Right now I'm using the harp instrument, I believe. So if click that. What I'll do is I'll create a new file. That should be easier to explain. I'll just create a new file, call it a test music file. Let's see. I'll make it a piano, like that. Yep, piano, give me a piano. Since I'm using piano, that's always been the easiest, and then I change it to a harp. If I go ahead and click on, let's see, music, Muse Watch. Nope, I don't want Muse Watch. I want you. Yep, which is Muse Watch, actually. Okay, we're good. And click here. And is that part thing of all the songs? I thought it was a current songs intro. Nope. I plan to maybe have different audio cues, but hopefully having it as the same will make it easier for your ears to get in the zone, to get ready to do the music, but I don't know quite yet. Let me go ahead and open up this guy. Where are we at? Oh, where are my, let's see, Muse Chord Watch. Lovely, okay. Well, you have your keys on the keyboard, right? all of these guys here. And these keys on the keyboard represent these notes on the sheet. So for example, this is, let's see, C, D, E, F, G, and then A, B, and C. There you are. So that C is, oh, that's the timer for our glasses. Let me go ahead and move that there, and I will turn this guy off. So no more glasses. Thank you again for the redeem. So this C just represents different positions. That's all these guys are doing. So for example, let's see if I click this guy. That guy is this guy on the keyboard. And for me, I'm very visual, but I'm also very physical. So having a physical keyboard makes it easier for me to figure out what to do with music. However, you don't have to have a keyboard to do music. This keyboard is over 5 years old. I got it back when I thought to myself, I want to make some music. Then proceeded to not pick up learning how to do the piano, and it went into the attic, collected some dust, and only recently has it came out of hiding. Well, you know, it's the thing of I want to get into this hobby. You buy the hobby things and then you drop the hobby, but thankfully you have the things still there. So this guy here, let's see, this here, let's go like that, I think, here, and there. There we go. So if I click play on here, and let me see if I can make this a little bit louder. Okay, how can we do this? If I maybe go here, open volume mixer, maybe if I make the music score louder on here, nope, it's already loud. Okay, in that case, what I'll do is I'll make this guy loud, and you should be able to hear it. There you go. Great, they just represent different positions on the keyboard. So all of those notes are these guys. Aside from that, right, different heights give you a different pitch or different sound. You also have these guys up here, which are your note types. I don't think that's the way you say them, but we're gonna call them the note types. You have, and the idea is that different notes have a different length of time. If I go back to here, you can see there's a symbol here for 4. It's not really something you have to remember, just something to note. And the idea is that this 4 guy here means that there's 4 notes that you can have on the screen. These notes, these notes are your quarter notes. So they stand for a quarter, 25%. You also have notes like your half note. So this guy here, so because it's half, right, you can only put 2. You also have on here your whole notes. So if I grab this guy, whole notes, you can maybe assume that it's the whole of this area. So it represents the 4 beats. Then you also have notes like your 8th note. And if you're following along, you can maybe guess, okay, 8th note, probably gonna be half of the 4. So let's see, 3, let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hold all 8. And the smaller you go, that's, the 30-second note. That quick note there. The way my music works, the music system I have in place, if I go ahead and delete this guy here, is that you are able to use whole notes. You can use half notes. Oh, if it lets me. You can use half notes. You can use, let's see, quarter notes. And you can use 8 notes. So these 4 notes are the only notes you can use in order to describe what you want the game to show you. So we'll only be using these 4 notes, so it's not a lot you have to keep in mind. I've tried to add a system in place for these dot guys, if any of you know about them, but it's gone okay. It's gone decently. Sometimes it likes to register, sometimes not. So I hope not to use the dots just to keep things on the simpler side. And I did read that. Good, lovely. Okay. So saying all of that, now that you've got the basics, the general feel for how things are, let me bring you back into the game and we can dissect that song that you heard play when I was spellcasting. So let me bring you back into, where are we at? Muse score, Muse watch, there we are. Or well, it's Muse score, but I use Muse watch. Interesting one there. And music time, oh yeah. Reminds me of music, man. Hi, Sunny Star Man, welcome back to stream. Let me go ahead and open up this guy here. And I'll let it play just so you can watch it. The 170 here just represents the speed of the song. And I wanted this to be a fast-paced song, but the hope is not to make it too fast. However, again, as Chuck can say, he found it very hard, which is understandable. The hope is that my game will be somewhere in the middle. I don't want to make it OC level hard, which is a pretty serious rhythm game, very difficult. But I also don't want to make it granny hard. I want it to be a game where you don't want to look at your keyboard too much. However, I don't want it to be that you're like a hacker that's really good at programming. So the hope is to find somewhere in between, where there are some songs that are hard, but not too impossible, but also some songs that are easy. But the thing is, if I make them too easy, then people who have really good keyboard skills won't find them challenging. And if you add a grade below fail, then that fast pace is a good idea. a grade below fail. Can you explain that a little bit, Jack? Let me go ahead and move this down, and I will let this guy play. That way you can hear it. And I'm sure that you've had it before, but I'm curious. If you fiddle with Pico 8, I've heard of it. I have not tried it. It's like a game engine. I haven't tried many. I've only done Godot, but I have heard of Pico 8. Yep, especially the color palette that's used. I eventually want to give it a try, but for right now, I want to get good at one thing, and that's going to be Godot. Let me move this guy down here, and we'll play it. Have it. And to those of you wondering what these B's and these hashtags are, they're really simple to explain. If I go back up to here, right? So, for example, this is a C, or let me do this guy here, the G. So this is the G on the keyboard, right? And all the hashtag means is that you do the black key, if you've ever wondered what those black keys are. So this would be a G sharp for the black key. And great song, by the way. Thank you. And very haunting. I'm glad you think so. I had a lot of fun. I don't have keyboard skills. No worries. Like I said, I want it to be approachable for people of different skills. I want it to be medium hard, not easy, but not insane. So the hope is that I'll be able to get a lot of feedback from people like you, Rodrigo, and like you, Jack, that have not the best keyboard skills, as I want it to be fun. I don't want it to be too challenging, but a small challenge is a fun challenge. So we have on here our G, and this is just your G sharp. And a G flat would be G, and the flat is your B. So this is your G, and then it's the other key. So if you're going down a note, it's a flat, and it's the B. If you're going up a note, it's the sharp, which is the hashtag. So if I go back to here, and I grab a G, which is here on the keyboard, if I click this guy and go up, that's the sharp, and if I go down, that's the flat. That's all those guys are saying. And then, as I said before, these notes, right, we have the whole, or the quarter notes, right? Those are your guys, and then we have quarter. This guy's a little half here, and then we have here. Now, I thought this, and this is something we'll have to think about, right? Because this is basically the rhythm nap. This is the, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess it would be rhythm, yeah. The pace of the rhythm. If I click here, the metronome, and I click here, and I think loop it, right? This is the pace we're going. This 1, 2, 3, 4 is the regular typing speed. That would be these 4 notes. So when I'm listening to this, I'm thinking to myself, okay, how hard would it be to type? Like, type. So coming from that angle, that's why I thought, okay, it shouldn't be too hard. It's just type. And the funny thing about most DAWs is that you don't need keyboard experience thanks to drag and drop abilities. Yep. This guy here, I don't actually use to do any transposing. I just use it to play around because I think, let's see, where are we at? Yeah, this guy. I think that's A. Yeah, A. And you should be able to see it up here. It's not showing. Let me see if I can get it to show. Up on the top here, let's see, notifications, long chat here, background. Where are you at? I should have a little guy up here show you which notes are being played. There you are. That should work. That way you don't have to guess which notes I'm using. But let's see. I thought that was haunting, and then I realized, if any of you have heard of it before, but it's Inspector Gadget. I realized maybe that's where I've heard it from. It's also the beginning of They're Only Human. But it's Inspector Gadget's like Inspector Gadget. So do you hear it? Right? But it's like faster. So isn't that interesting? That it sounds spooky and Inspector Gadget is very silly. But do you hear it? Right? But I do it slower, so it feels different. And since you know about it, C-Star, just listen, now that you think Inspector Gadget, right? Let me go back to this guy here. Let's see. Right? I realized this after the fact. Like, glad to know there's one person who knows what that is. And OMG was paying attention to the key to understand these symbols all the time. A smidge, just a smidge. Saying that, though, thinking about the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, right, is a type. Also sounds like that one classical song. Interesting. I can only think of 3 places I've heard it from, but it's a thing of a lot of the times you're not reinventing the wheel with music. You're just taking ideas and transposing them. And so a lot of people think, oh, you stole my idea. But it's that thing of, even if the melody might sound similar, the pacing of it is also very important, the speed of it. And yep, but that makes it fun to make music because it's also lets you think, yeah, I've been listening to it, I'm thinking to myself, I feel like I've heard that before. So if we go back to here, right, type. This should be fine, right? It's just type. Then we go type, skip. So let's see, type, skip. So far, I think it's fine, right? But then I want it to go a little faster. So the half note should be easy because it's like type. The difficult part that I thought was the song was just this part. I thought everything in the song was fine up until this part. Because you go to type, which is really fast. So, considering that I thought this was difficult, and the overall song was told to be difficult, what I'm thinking is we're going to have to make a guy that has a lot of these half notes to make things easier, and for a hard song, these guys are going to have to be included. And interesting, the part that comes after the doo-doo-doo sounds familiar. I don't know where. You say doo-doo-doo, the doo-doos, but there's quite a lot of doo-doos, wouldn't you say? Oh boy, and I did read that. And the Hall of Mountain King? Ooh, I'll have to hear it. I will have to hear that one. So saying all of that, that's where we're at with the bases. And once we figure out the melody, and there's a lot of different ways you can make music, I've been told that I'm good at making the melodies, so the actual theme of the song. However, I lack the ability to make not lack the ability, but I'm just not very good at chords. And the chords are kind of like your back guys. I didn't know until I was told as much that chords can add a great feel for the music. So I'll play this through, right? Just with this guy. And feel the difference between with chords, without chords. So this is without chords. Oh, actually, let me start here. Move it there. Have you ever heard of Jumbox? No. And hi, as the redhead. Welcome to stream. Never heard of it, no. So that's without chords, right? Now let's add the chords. See if you can feel the difference. Doesn't this sound spookier? Changing that one thing. Isn't that interesting? Another thing you can do with music is also add your harmonies. And I quite like harmonies. I feel like for our instance, in spooky organ moment, oh yeah, it adds the spook, doesn't it? Let me add this guy here. And oh, if it lets me, I want to get rid of the pipe organ. There we are. Another thing I did was at certain spots, I added harmonies. And all harmonies are you take one note, this is your F, and you take another F, and you just play them together. That's the same note, it's just a different pitch. And playing them together sounds nice. Now, there's different harmonies you can do. Like, you can do this guy here, sounds pretty nice. That's the 3 guy. And it's just 3 notes from whatever number you do. Another one I've heard that sounds very nice is with 5. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, perfect fifths. People always talk about the perfect fifths. And are you gonna try and use any devil's notes? I forget what those are called. I know they're called. 6 note. I don't believe that's that note. There's one. It's somewhere. I think it's this one. Possibly the minor third. I think. Maybe we can use those though. Those give off a very spooky vibe, I can say. We have this guy that also gets used for harmonies, as this does sound nice, wouldn't you say? It's just 5 notes apart. So if you're trying to spice up your music, maybe adding some harmonies is a good idea. So all I did was, since the voice is very high pitch, I added a low pitch sound to add a bit of oomph to it. So I'll play it again with that oomph of the harmony. So let's see. And I'll get some water while we're waiting or listening. Interesting. So I take one melody, I emphasize it with the harmonies, and then I add the chords underneath, and that gives us Eeg. And a more well-known soundtrack that uses the devil's notes is Grendel's Lair theme. I'll have to look it up. Thank you for the recommendation. And now it's full-on spooky, wouldn't you say? Let me move this down. So our hope today is to create, we'll start off with seeing if we can make an easy song and a hard song. If not, we'll see if we can make an easy song and a medium song. Maybe this is the hard song. But for me, I think this is the hardest part. This guy right here. Tack, 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 tack. Another thing that can make this hard is the speed of the song. That's something we'll also have to note because this is 170. If I did it at a slower speed, it also might be manageable, but we'll see. The good news is, because of the way I made my system, it's really easy to try and test the song. Speaking of, I actually need to open up Godot. That way we can test the song, as it's super simple. So, saying all that and what we have, let's now make some music, shall we? Let me go ahead and turn on my music, as the ad break's about to start soon, so we'll let the ad breaks run while we're recouping, we're re-catching up, and then we'll get into things. Let me go ahead and have it do its thing. And in the meanwhile, I will swap you back to the other screen. Let's go ahead and go back into the let's see. MuseScore, I call this one Empty House. We'll leave this one unlabeled for now. And I'll go ahead and close you. So you're dismissed. I'll go ahead and close you as well. Dismiss you there. And get some water. And then we can get into things. Grendel's Lair theme. Ooh. Last time we listen to music to see how we felt about it and take notes about it. We might do that this time. This time I think we can make a lot of things from the heart. I think that could be a lot of fun. Let me go ahead and move this guy here. So right now there is a calibration song, which is very slow. And maybe we do something of that nature. Slow song. But we'll see. I'll label this right now just easy song. Easy song. That way we have it in the books. And I'll put this up on here. Easy, E-S-Y, song. Easy song. Should be good to go. Let me make sure okay, we did make it music. Lovely. I should have this guy here, that guy there, and easy song. Okay, good. So while there is an ad break concession, sometimes that guy likes to say, hey, look, there's an ad. Sometimes there's not. Why didn't I show you a little bit of what I've been learning on the piano, huh? Now, I am certainly, I may not look at the keyboard, computer keyboard, but usually have to look at these guys. Let me go ahead and mute this. Now, recently I learned that because this keyboard is old, it does have a little bit of an issue, and it's that one of the keys don't work. And what that means is, it's this key. Yep, that key. Well, the issue with that is that a lot of the songs that I want to play, usually, well, not usually, but a lot of them are Undertale, things of that nature, and since they have the high notes, I can't play them because of that little key, or not that one. That B right there. However, there are some I can play, so let's see. No, I think, hold on. Let's see. No, let's see. No. I don't know if I can recall. It's been a second since I've picked it up. Nope. No. No. Does anyone know what that note is? Hum the key and nobody will notice? Yeah, for me, humming it helps a lot, but does anyone know the start of that song? And then let's see. And then it was, oh no, it's all I remember off of just memory. Soon, TM. If any of you can recognize that one, I'll be quite pleased. Oh boy. And it remembers me of Doki Doki. Hi, Senapa. And yep, I hope to learn your reality soon. It'll be soon, eventually. But yeah, and the OG creepy song, yeah. It was, it sounded lovely in your reality. Soon to you, but it's a work in progress. You can say the fact that you were able to recognize it is the most important part. I mean, so I'm already halfway there. So let me go ahead and move you back over here. And now that the added breaks are up, let us figure this out. Now, right now we're using the piano, and for starters, I think, is figuring out the speed of the song, right? Last time it was 170, and I believe if I do this guy here, properties, yeah, there's a way to make it so I can do the speed. Let's see, pitch, tempo. I think if I drag this guy here, it is now 80. So an 80 tempo sounds like this. So anytime you hear those ticks, imagine yourself typing to the keyboard. So let's see. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. So it'd be like. Maybe that's the pace we want to go. Another thing is maybe you don't have to worry about speed right off the bat. Maybe you work on the melody. There's a lot of different ways you can approach making a song, which I think is great. Usually, or the starter is 120, so it's a little faster. And mine is 170. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. And have to go. Good luck with not going easy on the keyboard. Thanks for coming, Jack, and I hope you have a lovely time. I hope you have a lovely time doing whatever you get up to. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Currently, my song stands at a 170. So, maybe that's why it's also very difficult at the moment. Let me go ahead and do 120. Maybe 120 or lower can be part of our easy song, right? So type, 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 type. And when we have our notes guys here, so this guy here, we'll do this here. This way you can just hear it. This would be what you type. So if I'm doing like a type, 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 or just, yeah, type, 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 type. So the idea is that we have to create a sort of pattern of melody. And the hope is that this melody that we create is what the character is singing. And that is the thing we type. It's the hope to make it eerily sound like some sort of spooky sound. And I quite like using this note, the A. And let me make this a little bit easier so you can see it. If I go back to this guy, maybe make you a little bit smaller. Well, beat staff piano. Yeah, let's just do that. Make it easier to see. Like maybe not big. There you go. So, if we're doing, let's see. So what I'll do is it's like a thing of thinking. Okay, that's an A, so it's like here. I think it's up here actually, but we'll keep it here. And last time I did this, however, maybe we can skip around. So let's say. I do like this A. I feel like the A feels nice. Maybe we can do another death feel. So let's see. What's the one that goes like a do 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 do? What would that one be? I really like this. However, we already used that. The thing is, you could use it again, and that's what you would consider a motif, the feel of the song. So maybe, just to get started, just to warm ourselves up, we can try using this guy again. Not have to worry about the notes, just the rhythm of the song. I think that could work out well. So what I'll do is, to start off, I'll grab the original guys we have here. Let's see. Yo. Let's see. So I'll go ahead and copy you, and I will move you over to here. Nope, wrong guy. I'll move you to here, and we'll just paste you here. And that's these guys. Let me double check that the audio is good. We're good. So right now, notice how slow it is, which is fine. We want to make it easy, but again, we don't want to make it too easy. So it's that balance. And you can see here, right? These guys are half notes, which makes it slower. So if I just made these guys half notes instead, or the quarter guys. Let's see. If I did this to our song, and this here, and then I just moved this guy here, and did this guy, notice the difference. Right, there's no pause, which feels different. I think it's an interesting thing. It's the thing of maybe you can, make it fast, make it slow, depending on the thing. I think 120 is fine though. Right, we have tap, tap. So you have to get into the mindset of who's the marketer, who's the audience for this. And right now we're thinking of someone who maybe has to glance and look up at the screen. So something slower is a good idea, but something not too slow. It's that balance. So let's see. So maybe what we can do is do like 1, 2, pause, 2, 3, pause, maybe that. Let's go ahead and delete this guy here, and let's just play around with the rhythm. I'll go ahead and grab you here. I'll make these guys half so that they're like this. And then we can always move the other guy over. So let's see. 1, 2. Pause. I think that 1 pause is good. And the 1 pause, if I click this guy up here, you can see, right? It's separated into 2 since this is 4. Oh, yeah, 4 notes. There's 4 of these guys. And what this guy is the rest. You can consider the break whenever it decides, okay, I don't need to do the thing. This symbol here represents this whole guy. So 4, the whole thing. This is 2, and then this is 4. So that's why this guy, which was, if I click this guy here, this guy, which was this symbol, you can see it's above compared to below. That's that for the half, and then this is for the whole. Gives you 2 of them. So what I'm thinking is we pause for one second, and then we grab these 2 guys, and we continue. So something like, but I don't like the way that sounds. So maybe what we do is we pause for two whole things. Something like that, I think could work. Let's see. Pause, 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 pause. I think that can work. So let's see. We'll go back to here. That's another pause, pause, right? And then another pause. And we have a pause. And that. Something like that. We separated it up. Let's see how that feels. Pause, pause. And hi, Mr. Dream Studio. Welcome back to stream. Hello. And hello, everyone. How are you today? I'm doing great. I'm doing excited. Is that a word? I am excited, and I am doing. I hope you're doing excited too. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. It's a great day when I get to work on my game. And we're working on the music right now on easy level to hopefully make things not as stressful as I tend to make things very hard. Lots of flashbacks from people I've been told. So let's see. Pause, pause. Pause, pause. Pause, pause. Pause, pause. I think that's good, right? And hi, Rudy. Welcome back to stream. I quite like this. Pause, pause. Pause, pause. Pause, pause. Pause, pause. I like that. Let's not use that last note that we have. I like this. I think this could be a good bass. Pause, pause. 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 I think that works. And hi, Christian. Oh, your name. I do remember it. I just can't pronounce it. Christian Grow, I think. Christian Grow, welcome back to stream. I do recall it. And your song sounds so similar to Mademoiselle Hyde by Laura Fabian. Ooh, that's another one. I think someone said something else earlier, so that's interesting. And hello, welcome. And just Chris, that helps a lot. And I just need to know what program you're using. This guy right here I'm using is called MuseScore, so MuseScore. If I do exclamation music GS, you'll be able to find links to the MuseScore guy. And if I do exclamation FAQ, if you see any other programs I use on screen, not the keyboard guy in the bottom that lets you see what I'm doing, but other screens I go to, that should hopefully answer your questions. But this one right here, MuseScore, it is free, which is lovely. For me, I find making music in sheet music is the easiest, especially with the fact I'm making a rhythm game. And the idea is that each of these notes represents a time you have to type on the keyboard. So seeing it like this instead of your typical bar pattern line is a lot easier for me to imagine than doing a different method. And ooh, thank you very much. Of course. Thanks for asking. The fact you asked means you might give it a try, and the more people that know about this program, the better. So saying all of that, let's listen again. Do, 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 do. And another thing we have to keep in mind about this is that for my poems, depending, or let's not say poems, because they are poems, but for our songs, for our spell casting, they're going to be a certain set length, right? For example, the one I did earlier, the Empty House, that's the one that is currently online. If I click back to this guy here, this guy, sometimes players are able to, or sometimes the current spells last the whole time of doing this music. Sometimes they last a little more, sometimes a little less. So the hope is that the music's a little longer, and I believe this is 20 seconds long. Yeah, about 28. However, it doesn't matter about the length because we see here, right? 4 notes. That stands for 4 characters that you have to type. So keeping that in mind, I think each is about 60. So if we use our numbers or our notes sparingly, then we have a longer song, which depends on the mattering, especially because it is a rhythm game and it's a cafe game. The idea is that while you're typing, customers are responding, they're getting seated, they're getting angry. So doing it too slow could have an effect of, well, they're getting angry, they're getting mad, despite the fact that you're getting perfects. So let's go back into the easy song here. Let's go into, let's see, easy song. Lovely to see. And from here, is there another way we can spice it up? Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. A fun thing people do is they take an idea, right? So our idea, or you can consider it the motif, are these notes here. And what they'll do is they'll change they either change the speed that it happens, they can change the pitch. So instead of doing it at this, right, maybe we go up, so something like this. But I don't like it how it sounds high-pitched, so maybe we go lower, like this. But I don't think I like lower too. Another thing we can do is change the, we can do even smaller changes, so maybe even like this. Let's see, something like that maybe. And that changes the feel of it, doesn't it? And it's the thing of, you don't have to do new sections for each area. Sometimes just changing the way they work can help. So maybe, for example, instead, we can now pair up these guys here. And then we have a pause, right? So that half pause. And then we do maybe this. Maybe it's now a little faster so that people have time to get used to the speed. Pause. I think a full pause would be a good idea, right? Give them some time. Pause, 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 pause. This doesn't sound right. There it is. Right? Something sounded off, didn't it? And it's me thinking to myself, it didn't sound high enough. There it is. You can also go lower, right? That's the changing the pitch. So let's see. Pause, 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 pause. Pause, 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 pause. I think that's good. I think it's fine. Let's see. So far, we have pause, 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 pause. And from here, right, we have type, 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 type. Gives you a chance to wait, right? Type, 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 type. So start off easy, right? We first do the first tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. And then we do tap, 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 which is a little bit maybe more on the difficult side. So now, maybe, let's see. I think now we can change the idea, right? We've done it, let's see, one time, I believe, and then, nope, this is one time. This will be another time. This will be another time, so about 3 times. Maybe we can switch up the feel now. Let's see. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I kind of think maybe it should start like a do. Let's see. Do, 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 do. That guy. I wanted to start on that guy. So like a do, 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 do. I want to go down. Something's not feeling quite right. So we have this guy, right? Do, do. It needs to go down. Maybe here? Maybe, let's see. No. Let's see, do, do. I'm looking for like a do, 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 or like a, it's a higher pitch, right? So it's do, 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 Nah, that doesn't sound right. Let's see. Well, yeah, maybe it goes up actually. Let's see. Let's see. Actually, no, it does go up. Never mind. Yeah, okay, I like that. Do. All right, it changes the language, the flow. So we went up, 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 up. Yeah, interesting. And beforehand, it was down. It sounds sort of similar, doesn't it? But not quite. Let me copy these guys just so you can hear the difference. And all I really am is just playing around with these guys. So we go from having it sound like this to having it sound like this. It's a small change, but I do think it adds some flavor. Let's see. And I'm thinking, right, instead of maybe the pause, what we can do, let's add a little bit of a half note here. So maybe, and then, let's see, hold, and then we do another hold as it goes down. So that do. Let's see. Maybe that. No. Maybe this one. No, something's off. Maybe that one? Yeah, that one. Do. And then we can go ahead and do this one. All right, let's see. Do. Now this one I think goes down. Let's see. Do. Up, down, up. Let's see. I think you go down. Let's see. Do. Up, down, up. And then it goes up and down one more. So let's see. Up, down, and then it goes down. Something like that, I think. Let's see. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Yeah, there we are. And hi, trapped in the plot hole. Welcome back to stream. Welcome. Were you Zero, or am I getting the names mixed up? And hey, how goes the descent? Descent into madness, or descenting mean up and down and here, as it goes quite well. There's no madness to be found here. Something like this, right? Where it's still slow, right? Up, tap, 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 tap. There's no more pauses, right? We do tap, tap. It's faster. This is continuous, but it's slow. Tap, 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 tap. And then maybe we do it again. Let's see. Let's just hear it out. Yeah. Wait. Zero and the wicked low notes after the last one. Oh, zero. Lovely. And add one quick lower note after the last one. Can you elaborate a little bit? I'm a little confused. Let's see. Quick. Let's see. Do you mean like a do sort of feel? So, you mean like a... And then, so maybe we can do, right, this, and then maybe we can do like that? So maybe. No. I think it should be maybe double. So, maybe. I need my B. Give me back my B. Okay, something like this. Yeah, I can see what you mean, Zero. Lovely. Super low? Well, I don't know if I can agree to the super low. Maybe. For right now, we'll keep it here. We can always do some, well, I plan to add harmonies later. Right now, I think that super low is too low. Way too down there. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I think that's fine. And actually higher, I've tried higher before, but right now, we'll see. Wait. wait, wait, wait. Yep, and then I'm thinking, let's see. Sounds spooky? Good! Lovely! That's what we're going for. Remember, you're playing as a necromancer. So we want all the spooks. You're playing as a gothic necromancer. So spooky? Spooky the better. I quite like this, right? We have this first section that does its own thing. This guy kind of mixes it up. Tap, tap. So this here might give people a bit of a hard time depending on how their typing skills are. However, I think it'd be fine to leave it in here. It's a lot of these quarter guys, right? Back to back, which might be hard. However, I think because, you know, we start off slow, it might be okay. I wonder why chat is showing at instead of names. It is interesting. It is interesting. Yeah. I wouldn't be able to tell you, but that is interesting to know. I'm glad I remembered. So let's see. Tap, 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 tap. Now, in the other song, I do something here. So, maybe we can do up, down, up, down. Up, down, up, down. So instead of these guys here, right, our half notes, let's do it faster. So maybe like do-do, do-do. So maybe we can make it a little more jazzy. Let's see. So what we'll do is we'll do a little special chord here, or not chord, special note here, the 8th guy. Something like this. Do-do. That's what I think could be fun. We'll go ahead and do it for this guy as well, right? Our 8th guy's here. So let's change up the pace a little bit. Give them a little bit more typing speed. We don't want to do it too difficult though. We have to keep that in mind. Do do, and then do do. So maybe here. Let's see. Do do. One more, like that. I think another one. Too many of these guys. Like maybe here? Hold on. I wanted to go do-do, 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 do-do. Okay, that's good. Lovely. Okay. So, let's play it again. See how we're feeling. Do, do, do. 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 Ooh, that double's gonna be catchy. Vibing to this, lovely. Ooh, and then, right? Let's go back to this guy. So we have, right, we go up, down. So let's see. Up, down, so here, right, down, up. And then we do up, down. And I wanna do slower here. And hi, by the way, Nashu is my guest. Welcome to stream, and I'm glad you're vibing to it. Glad to hear it's catchy. And where's the drum solo? Right now I'm going for more of a classy feel, and I couldn't find any classy ideas that had drums in them. But we can certainly add them. There's no reason we can't. But let's see. Do is what I want to do. So let's see. Oh, hold on. No, we want to go down, so maybe. And then... no. Maybe something like this? No, this needs to go lower. Something like this? Yeah. I think that works. So, just checking it again. Let's see. Wait. Waiting. Yeah, pace it's going right now. We just have to remember, right? Because of how many notes are in our song, this could either be too short or too long. However, I think we can get away with adding another part. I want to make it new. And getting Luigi Mansion vibes? Perfect. Remember, we're going for spooky. Originally, the game was going to take place in like an abandoned mansion. So it's funny you mentioned that. Really interesting. And no, keep going. I see. I'm happy to hear it. Okay, good. So let's see. I want to do a new feel. Right? So we kind of go, let's see. Or we're doing A, so maybe. No? Or so right here, right? And these are the notes we're kind of messing with. So maybe. And usually for this part here, I just sit here messing with the keys. And yeah, they need to put my names back. My act confused me, so now I must. Oh, that's not good at all. What's your what name is it usually that shows up? As if it's not that usually, I don't remember the symbol. That doesn't correlate. And oh, hi Hamad Saleh. Is that how you say it? Maybe Saleh is my next guest. Welcome to stream. Rashu. No, doesn't ring a bell, but maybe I've been here before, possibly? Maybe. Again, my memory is very bad. So the fact that YouTube's showing 2 different names for 2 different people at the moment, oh, blah. And I know you don't remember me. I'm trying. Welcome all the same. And low grand piano for backup. Oh yeah, we'll get to the low part. And hi, the Achieving Jehovah. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. And Morton Eris. Yeah, I was gonna say Luigi Mansion mixed with Hollow the Mountain King. Someone has brought up Hollow the Mountain King. They have indeed, which is interesting. Let's see. Right. These are the notes we use, and it's just going up. And I'm going up. And I was going to say I was going to see something, but it was going to speed up a little. Then I saw the idea was slow. Yeah, the idea is supposed to be, this is supposed to be an easy song. It's not supposed to be easy, but compared to those maybe that are joining in for the first time, I'll play what right now I thought was easy, or I thought it was medium. I thought this was medium speed. So let me show you. What would be considered not easy on the side. Let me just move this back here. We'll go into this guy here, and I'll just play it. And, well, I gave up on my original game idea. I'm working on a new one. Oh, there's no, giving up on an idea is not a bad thing, as long as you're having fun. And if you don't remember me, then my presence suppression is working. And yes, rise to the heavens. Oh boy. And let's see. Okay, good. I did read those. The grand piano, low backup. I did read that. Lovely. Okay, so right now, I thought this was medium difficulty. I'll let it play. And I also have this guy here. All right. Oh, if it will play, will you? Some of it. And so the hope is that since I was told this was on the harder side, we're trying to make something a little bit easier to do. So the goal is slower, but not too slow, right? It's the close, but not too close. So let me go back into our guy here. Empty house, an easy song. Lovely. We're doing slower. It's slower pace. The other one was 170. This one's 120 to hopefully make it a little bit easier to do. And I'm also spacing out the notes. However, you can see towards the end, right? We start putting them closer together a little bit. So the hope is that as you go on, you get more comfortable with typing. So you're not typing as much is the hope. However, I don't know if that gets across. Let's see. Yeah, you see, right? No more pauses. However, these notes, there's a lot in between. And then a lot of notes, right? And then slower again. And then fast. And then slow. And while 2D sprites in 3D games is kind of hard to animate, plus I don't know how to do better 2D pixel art, so back to my 3D modeling, yay! By the way, song's fire! Thank you, and I'm glad you're finding what works for you. I know well, I've been told 3D is harder to do, and oh, what's on the screen here? Oh, my face is being covered! Oh, there we are. Hi again! I've been told 3D is harder, so I've been sticking towards 2D to do things, but if 3D is far easier and a lot more fun for you, I'm glad you're figuring something out. So, I do want to add a different thing here, or something additional here, but I think it's, yeah. I do want to do the, like we did here, right? So, it'd be like, how would you do that? bum bum. It would be multiple notes, I think. So maybe it would be quarter, and then maybe it would be double? Something like this? Let's see. Delete you. Now this might be a little bit too hard. It already looks a little on the difficult side, so let's see. And it's kind of good if you ask me. That's always good to hear. And that part where it goes fast at the end is satisfying. Good, good. The hope is that this, because it's a music game, right? Music is very important. So I want it to feel satisfying and hear the satisfying feel or sound. There we go. Yeah, do. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, okay. And I want to see if we can add one more part to it, and then we'll put it in the game and test it. Let's see. I'll play it back again. So towards the end is where it gets a little bit hard, but we're gonna rein back in that difficulty, I think. Let's see. So maybe. And then let's go one long deep note. So let's see. This guy here, I believe, is a D because it's up here. Yep, it's a D. Lovely. So then I'm thinking a low note. So our D is here? Oh, no, C. It starts, yeah, okay. So maybe, let's see.
Shadow TV is now following.
That. And thank you for the follow, Shadowcat VT. Welcome to stream. Thank you. Yeah, I quite like this, right? Let's see. This is just the end. Yeah, okay. Let's give this a try. What we have here. But it's your game, so you're the boss. Thank you. Very true. I run things around here. And now it's missing something I do really think. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit more we can do. However, I just want to test what we have currently. See where we're at. So let's put it in the game, as it is very easy to put it in the game, thankfully. So I'll go ahead, and what I have to do is just delete these guys. So Control Delete, like that. I can go and Control Save. I bring up Audacity, like that. And I can go ahead and File Export. We'll save this, just label it Easy Song. I'll save it as the wave. Yep, main score, wave. Set it as Easy Song. I'll put you in downloads for now to make it really easy to access. It'll export the audio as it's doing its thing there. Yep. And then all I have to do is, and how the game works is that it detects what you're it detects what notes to do thanks to because it's the MIDI. MIDI is kind of like programming for music. And the idea is that these notes happen at a state, they're data. You can think of them as data, like if you're thinking in terms of an array. So it's an array of notes, and it says this note is a F key. Play this F key at this time. And that's why the programs are able to say, okay, I don't need to know the song or the instrument. I just need to know where to play and what to play. And that's kind of the recipe it's giving to it. So let's see, File, Export, and all I do here is I export the piano, and I save this as MIDI file. And then from there, what I do is I convert this MIDI file into a JSON file, and then my game is able to read the JSON file. And hi, Louie, welcome back to stream. Hi, hi, welcome. Now, while this is a music stream, I want to make sure, as we're going back and forth, making sure that the game it's fun. I think because, right, designing this is like designing a game level. You wouldn't completely design a game level and then test it. You're going to continuously test while you're designing. So we don't even have the extra parts. These are just the bare bones of her song. And also your PC is about, how much did it cost to buy it? I don't remember. This PC is like at least 5 years old. I believe 1,000 was the price. However, do not quote me on that as I can't recall. But welcome. And I can finally watch your Delta streams. Lovely. I'm happy to hear it. Unfortunately, I had to cancel tomorrow's, as we'll be doing pixel art since I was feeling under the weather yesterday. So Delta Room will be next week. But we do have stuff to do. And saying that, will you let me open up Godot Steam? G-O-D. Godot. Open the doors. Let me in. You can't keep me back forever. While it's waiting to do that, though, I can go ahead and use a converter to convert my MIDI to a JSON file. So I have a website here that I use that it's nice and easy to do. And then from there, all I do is just chop up some stuff. We'll go to this converter to MIDI converter. Yep. We go ahead and drop the MIDI in here. Then I can go ahead and download it. I can rename it to Easy Song. So rename. Go ahead and rename you. Yep. That to that. And then from there, what we can do is, oh, I deleted too many things. We're good. And bring up Audacity. So AUD, Audacity. And let me in. Exactly. What I'm doing is I'm opening up this program called Audacity. I will type it up here just so you can see it. AUD. Oh, I don't know how to spell it. AUDACITY. I think that's how. You can see it up there for those that are on YouTube. And all I'm doing is, sometimes the songs have this weird pause at the end. And yeah, you can see, right? This sort of weird pause at the end. It doesn't show it entirely, which is really weird, but that's okay. Audacity, can you show the whole screen? Will you work then? Or, nope, it doesn't want to show it, which is interesting. What if I do this? What if I do this? Nope, it does not want to show. That's okay though. All I'm doing is I'm just clipping off the end point here. Oh, no, you can't see it. Lovely. Look at that. It's visible now. Weird how that works. Lovely. And so in my country, it's about 3,750K, and that's quite too much for the university guy. Me, the university doesn't give as much, but I'm thinking about working 4 hours a day for some money so I can buy. Yeah, you don't have to have, well, some engines, it's important to have a really hardcore PC, but for engines like Godot, I can't remember a few, but for engines like Godot, you don't have to have a really extreme PC, which is really nice to hear. And I thought it was slicing it. Is it B to slice? Nope. All right, I'm just right-clicking and I'm splitting the clip. That way we have just the ending. Yep, there we go. Oh, you know what I just realized? We can't export it yet because the beginning, right? Yep, we have to have that start at the entrance, so never mind. We've got to delete this guy here, subtract you for a quick second. We've got to slide these guys over. So what I can do is I can add a measure and insert before section. I think one measure might be fine because it's like 2 seconds already. Yeah, there we go. And we'll just add a note here just to say, hey, this section's about to start. So we'll do. There we go, like that. And now we export it. So file, export, convert all over again. And I say it's easy, but I mean easy in the sense of it's not too painful. All I have to do is export 2 files, convert a file, chop off some audio, and bam, it's in the game, which is nice. So Easy Song, replace that MIDI there, and then file, export again, and export, we're going to export the wave of the audio. And now it should work. And yep, I want to replace all, yep, exporting the audio. And what's the software? It is called MuseScore, MuseScore, like that. It is free, which is always nice to hear. And hi, by the way, oh, I don't know if I'll be able to pronounce that. Chochinuyusuf. That's my best guess. Welcome to stream. Hi. Hello. And from there, I'll do that. And now we go back into here, right? We grab that audio guy, and now we chop off the end. And this is Audacity. So I do this, I chop it off, and then I can do file, export, and export audio, and it will automatically export to the folder I need it to for my Godot, which is lovely to hear. Export that guy there, and subtract that guy, and now we convert the MIDI again. However, for some reason, my Godot isn't opening, and I'm really confused. Maybe if I open Steam up? Godot should have opened by now, but it is not. It's been complicated. It's been a little weird, which is okay. You know, it can't fault it, but I can definitely question it, can't I? Let's see. Let me go ahead and do this. So while I'm waiting for Godot to open, if it will open at some point, let me go ahead and drag and drop that MIDI guy again, convert it again, and then rename you. Lovely, like that. Okay. So Godot, are you going to let me do the thing? Nope. Okay. So that means I'll have to grab a task manager, and I'm going to have to end Steam so that it will let me proceed and continue. So I can go to my task manager. If I go into Steam here, I'm guessing that's why it's not too happy. Steam's not able to open, so I can just end the task of Steam, and it should then let me reopen Steam. And since I have Godot installed on my Steam, that's why. You can install Godot not on the Steam. So where did you learn to make music? Internet. I started learning music a few months ago, so this is the progress of that. I've had the pleasure of having some musicians reach out to me to help explain things, and I've also been able to get some lessons in music, which is lovely to hear. And since that is the case, I'm able to make a better time. Well, I have a better time making a music for my music game. And oh, obvious answer. Well, no, it might not be the obvious answer. I hadn't planned on learning music when making games because for me at least, there's a way to get overwhelmed very easily, right? Especially when you're an indie dev, focusing on the visuals, the music, the programming, the feel of the game, all these different hats you have to wear if you're a solo indie dev. It's a little bit easier if you're on a big team of people who are making a game, which means you don't have to worry about doing too much. So for me, I thought to myself, all right, I want to make games, but so that I don't get overwhelmed with focusing on all of these things, I'm not going to worry about making music. However, because I happen to select making a rhythm game, knowing how music works and knowing how rhythm works in general is important, because if the rhythm is off or the feel is off for the music game, everything's off. It doesn't feel nice. So being able to make my own music for this game is important. However, if I made something like a platformer, no, maybe not as much. It's that thing of, I didn't expect to be here, but I'm glad I am. I'm glad to be here for the ride. And Steam is still not opening. Weird, okay. In that case, I'm going to end all the Steam tasks. I am ending them all. There's like 20 up here, and I'm ending you all. You're no longer up here. Let me double check that Steam's not in Task Manager. I think we're good. Lovely to hear. All right, Steam, let's try it again. Okay, good. Steam is opening now, which is great to hear. So now that Steam is open, hopefully Godot will open, and then we can go ahead and do the thing. Good news, good news. Lovely to hear. And while we're waiting, let me get some water. Well, So tasty, it's always lovely. Alrighty, Steam, so now that we are having communication back and forth, can I open my Godot? Would that be alright with you, or do I have to check in with the HR? Well, what's the protocol here? It's loading, and while it's loading, oh, I was gonna say while it's loading, let's play around with some notes, but it seems to be good to go. So I'll go ahead and open up my Godot now. Let's run it. And now that'll launch. And I was thinking, right, we have A, so it starts here. But we end on, let's see, as we're waiting for it to load, we end on a C. So, nope, that guy. And I think maybe we can do some fun notes here, maybe high-pitched, or maybe we can do it lower, depends. But Godot has opened, which means I can bring you into the Godot screen. So, Godot, where are we at? Game, and nope, I need to go into the programming screen, which is this guy here. And it is loading, but we should be able to get a feel for how our map works. And if it feels nice, then that means we can embellish it or add extra parts to the end, depending on how the feel is. And for horror games, thankfully, they don't need music. Yeah, they don't. You can have some like creepy music. Like I'm making creepy music, but for me, I'm not a horror fan. It's quite scary, so I want to go for creepy cute is the feel I'm going for. But Godot has loaded up, and let me show you how quote-unquote easy it is to make a song. If I go down here to my, let's see, screens, nope, let's just close this guy. I open up my kitchen, I open up my, let's see, rhythm manager. Yep, nope, where are we at? I'm lost, help! So nope, manager, no, not you, map. Okay, I found it. And not a horror fan, but coding a rhythm game. I'm coding, it's supposed to be a cute, spooky feel. And I am Xenobite, is that how you say it? Welcome to the stream. Right now, YouTube's doing a thing where it only shows me the ads. But welcome all the same. So, music, and all I have to do here is, yep. So you can see, right, we have easy song here. And then I right-click this guy, I click create new, and it is a resource, it is a map. And then from there, all I have to do is say this is our easy song, easy_song. So this guy here. And then from there, we go here. I do easy song here. And then we add the song and we add the notes. So that, and then remember how I was talking about the MIDI in the JSON files? That's where that MIDI guy, that conversion of that guy will come in handy. We have all of our JSONs and I just drag and drop that JSON into here like this. And then from here, I can go back to our easy song resource, grab that JSON, move it into there, save it, and then in this map guy here, all I have to do is add it. So it will be this guy. We'll just do this, and then say easy song, so EASY SONG, easy song, and then we'll grab our resource, so that resource I just made, copy it, and paste it here. And then from there, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and move that, put in the easy song, and now the song's in the game. Like that. Easy song map. Oh, what are you angry about? Easy song map? What are you angry about? Map list. Oh, there we are. Hold on. Hashtag M. There. Now the song's in the game. And now we can type out the notes. And I did read that good. And I'm the same guy. Oh, interesting. It really is. Oh, YouTube. YouTube's messing up a lot of things. I'm trying to pay attention to the profile pictures, but oh, you changed your account. Oh, you're not helping my case at remembering though, but I don't blame you. So I'll go ahead and mute this guy. I will mute you, music. That way we can hear everything. And let me go ahead and play this guy here. So the hope is that we will get a feel for how the game plays. Go ahead and click play. You should be able to hear this guy here. Yep. And good. And yeah. I just realized. All right, so levels. Let's go into the game. Let's go ahead and do here. Oh, never mind. And now let's give the game a try. Let's see. Good music. Thank you. Alrighty. It doesn't matter which note we do. It just matters clicking generate. And what do you notice when I click generate? Isn't that neat? So that 2 dots. So what I'm doing now is I'm trying to see, does it feel fun? Let's see. C-A-L-L-O-O-H space E-H-E space D-O-R-O-G-O-V-E-S, comma, space, M-A-N-X-O-M-E space F-O-E space H-E space G-O-O-D. Oh, that's a little hard. A little painful. Space W-H-E-N space I-T space I-S. So the song did loop, so we can do a little bit more with the audio, but overall, it's looking good. And is the stream background BGM from the same app as last week? Nope. Turns out that the music is copyrighted, despite the fact that it's in the game itself. I'd rather not have to deal with the the copyright of the piano music. So currently, the music you're hearing is from Game Chops, and it's a lot of what is it? Yeah, it's from Game Chops. It's a lot of the game piano songs that they've made. So remixes, some stuff like Zelda, Samus, I think is in here, and also Pokemon. So you might hear like a piano version of those games, which is nice. And yeah, the program I had open, I think it might be what's causing my screen to go black sometimes, but it'll take some testing. But Game Chops, yep. Okay, let's try again. Let's see where we go. N-E-B-E-R-T H-E-L-E-S-S space I think that's I. That's something that needs to be changed. Let's see. E-S-I-S-T-E-C space T-H-E space S-H-A-R-T space T-E-M-E-T-A-T-I. Okay, it's not too bad, but it's okay. And almost full, what do you mean? Oh. It caught me off guard. But overall, I think that do is painful, but it's not too painful. I think it's okay. I think we're okay. I think we can add one more section and then we'll be good to go. Good to go. So let me go ahead and click this guy back here. And here. Alrighty. So back into music we go. That's good. We got a good test. Let's see. Yep. Okay. And then so I think a little bit after this, but it's just gonna depend on what we choose to go with. So I'll add some measures afterwards, insert after. We'll do 4 just to see, and 5 scripts. What do you mean? The names I tell you. What was it? What would you like to be called? You said earlier Hamad, but Vector maybe? Possibly? You can tell me and I can try to see if I can remember. So let's see. You go here. And that ends on a C. So maybe we could go down. So maybe do. But that's pretty fast, right? So let's see. We go here, right? Let's see. So maybe up, or we could go lower. Nah, I think because we're staying in the high area, it's good to stay in the high area. So we have C. So C. No. See? I don't, usually I just click around and see if anything sparks me. This C guy here, yeah. C, and then I want to do something slower. Maybe like a little last bit here. So we have, it ends. So maybe, or maybe, no. Maybe it goes higher? No. You can't hear the piano? Oh no. I've been speaking to myself this whole time. Thank you, Les. Better? I must look like a madman. Oh boy. And I thought you made the game from 1 script, but I saw 4 scripts. Can you tell me what the purpose is? Oh, hold on. Yep, thank you. Okay, good. And that's not, draw too many screens. Programming. This guy here. You said multiple scripts? Yeah, I have a lot of scripts. Just looking through here, if I even, let's see, kitchen manager map. I can't really show too much at the moment. You're on YouTube, so you should be able to go to previous guys here. But the idea is that by sectioning everything off into scripts, I think if I do GD, yeah, all of these .gds are scripts. All of these guys here. The help is by doing these guys, it allows me to separate my stuff easier. For example, this guy's this length, but if I had everything on one side, one length, it'd be really long. So by making them short, it's easier to figure out where I'm going. And let me go ahead and go back into music. Let's see. No, thank you.
Tokfo is now following.
Oh, hold on, I didn't see that name. The name is Toak. Hi, Toak, welcome back. It did end up doing the following thing again. The thing is, Vector, the more you do, or the more you work on a project, the bigger it gets. However, it's not overwhelming if you start off small. So while there's a lot here, when I started off, it was just 1 or 2, and it went on. So I think, let's see. And then maybe, it's interesting how that sounds like the other notes, doesn't it? Okay, but I'm thinking this note, and then maybe, or, no. Maybe something like that? Or maybe, nah. I actually think maybe what we have is fine. That last note to end, and then it restarts again. Maybe that's okay. The help is that these guys will be good for testers, and if this note, or if this song feels right in the sense of difficulty, and so if I wanted to make a 3D game while I'm working on it, I'm a little confused on what you mean. Very, and I mean, I think I get it a little bit, yeah. But what's gonna really help is just organization, and remember. Well, not even remembering, just write everything down. That's the best advice I can give. I think we're good here though, right? So we'll go ahead and delete these guys. I thought we would need them, but I think what we have is a-okay to go. And running and ruining my focusing on multiple stuff. Oh yeah, I'm very much of the mindset of where I can't focus on a lot, so I understand that. However, the fact that I'm doing it should at least maybe give you a little bit of hope in the sense of, as long as you stay organized. And I know with that, it's hard to stay organized, but it's a thing of write everything down and make sure you have a plan. Without a plan, I'd be very lost, and I get very lost very easily. Okay, so properties, layout, we have this guy. So first thing first is right now I have the flute as the song, or flute as the note. So I'll go ahead and just change this instrument to the flute. Flute as the hope is that we get a feel for the character. If you've heard of a game like Don't Starve, each character has a different instrument that their voice plays. Some have, I think, harp instrument, things of that nature. And you are my executive functioning spirit animal. I try to function, though. I'm never good on the results. And the hard part with ADHD is sticking with something and making a plan and keeping following is a good idea. Yeah. Another thing I can say is checklist. Checklist are everything. I have, and I can show you very quickly. Where are we at? Obsidian, lovely. I have a whole, oh nope, you can't see it. What a shame. Obsidian, are we good? Okay, good. Checklist. I have a big checklist here, and when I click this guy, it has a little sound. It feels nice to the mind. So I write anything I need to do down and I organize it. I try to sort it out. It's the thing of making sure this is where I keep my notes on my game. And as I continue to make it, the hope is that these notes will grow. So if I ever forget something, I can reference this. And this would be your game design document. So your GDD. Let us go back into music now. And okay, so organizing scripts will make it easier. Yep. Organization is key. So let's see. Changes it entirely, right? Just using a different instrument. Da. Oh, okay, thanks, I guess. I do really wish you luck. And organizing programming code is always gonna be, yep. You can never go wrong with organization. It definitely does sound different. Now, my question is, do we want to keep the theme of flute? Should we try a different instrument? It's a lot of trial and error. It's the thing of, right now, I'm not sure which specific direction we want to go for. I've made music for this game in the past. However, you notice there's only one song right now, and the hope is that I either go back and rework the song so that they work under this new system that I've made, that I've been working on for the past months, or we make completely new songs. I hope to have a lot of songs to keep things extra, just, what's the word I'm looking for? Extra spicy, extra everywhere, where you don't get too bored of one thing. But it's the thing of, do we want flute? Right now the note is flute, but maybe doing different instruments gives us different results. So maybe our sweet songs are slow and we have a flute. But I think our regular talking voice could be a flute. Maybe we can try a different instrument, like maybe, there's different instruments on here. There's a violin. Let's try violin. Let's see. I don't think violin. I like the flute because it sounds very clear. For me, the violin doesn't have that clearness, if that makes a little bit of sense. It sounds really long. So maybe not the violin. There was also the harp I tried before. Let's see. And in other instruments, in other songs, I've used different instruments, like the harpsichord. That one's pretty fun. It sounds very fancy. And violins are good for chords. Yep, I think they're good for chords because they're drawn out more. And let's see. Yeah. See, this I feel like could be good to make for the singing voice because it's sharp, right? It's do. Well, the violin's like do a little bit more. But I don't know. Maybe sweet, right? The hope is that, or the idea is that different instruments will have different flavors attached to them. And by combining the different flavors, you get different feels of a song. So for this one, if we're doing something sweet, right? Still spooky, but sweet. Maybe harp is better than a flute. Maybe, what do you think? So let's see. So if I go back to here, our empty house guy, right now we have a harp, and the harp is responsible for the start of it. So let me go ahead and add that guy. Let me go ahead and copy you. And then I'll go back into our easy song and we're going to add another harp. This is going to be our starter guy here. Oh, hold on. New instrument. I want to add another harp. Yep. Add another harp. Thank you very much. Another harp. And I can go ahead and paste it here. And this harp is going to be, if I can rename, I'm naming this to be our start sound. So now it sounds like this. Oh, hold on. Let me delete this guy and play this. Right, and okay, back to make crouching. See you tomorrow, I guess. Sure. I hope you have a lovely time programming and best of luck. And does it have Kambala as an instrument? You could try that. Sure. I am not opposed to trying instruments. Yeah. Let's try this. It seems to have a lot of instruments, which was another thing that I was worried about when it came to choosing a DAW. I forget what it stands for, but what you use to make music in. But this guy seems to have more of the realistic instruments, which I really do enjoy. So let's see. Yeah, kalimba? Is that this guy? I think so. This kalimba guy. Let's listen to it. That sounds like a music box. Wouldn't you say? Interesting. Okay. Let's see. We've tried. Also, something sounds weird here. There we go. The beginning sounded funny. Let me also mute this guy, as the ticking sound won't be on in the background. And let me also make the audio louder. So I can go to, I believe, View, Mixer, and then I can turn that beginning instrument all the way up. And if I go ahead and do View, turn off the mixer again, it should be easier to hear. And it's similar, yes, interesting. Gaia. There we go. Interesting. I feel like this could be like a percussion for the background. Maybe, we did harp. We did do that. Timpani. I forget what the timpani was. What was this guy? Ah, yeah. No, not that one. Definitely not that one. And I've seen, let's see, brass. There's also woodwinds and flutes. We've done flute. Maybe clarinet? Let's try that one. Clarinet. What does this guy sound like? Oh, hold on. Do I hear anything? Interesting. It also changed the pitch and notes and everything, which we don't want. Well, there's xylophones, there's chimes, and that's the fun part about this is that you could sit here and just play around with the different instruments, which I think is really fun. We have keyboard, harpsichord, piano, organ, and then there's also even vocals on here. Strings plucked. There's guitars, classical guitar. I've never heard of classical guitar. And let's see. And not sure why it does not keep ringing. The Kambala usually rings on each note. Interesting. Or kalimba. I think that's how you pronounce it, kalimba? Ooh. Interesting. Not too bad. It definitely does sound like a guitar. I'm wondering why it's called a classical guitar. That is an interesting one. Huh. Yeah, different instruments can give us a different feel, which is really fun. I went with the flute because I thought it sounded the nicest. However, there's so many guys, and oh, there we are. Is the name back to normal? And I also once took music classes, but that was a very long time ago. I used to take music classes. It was for the recorder. I wonder, do they have a recorder? They do have a recorder. used to do recorder. Those kind of sound like a recorder, and classical guitars use nylon strings. Normal acoustics use steel. Interesting. That's a fun fact. Thank you for that one. Okay, let's see. Alrighty, what's a vibraphone? Ooh, I am not too opposed to that. Sounds like almost like an elevator, but it sounds like a bell in a way, doesn't it? I like it. I like it. I think we should go with this one. And I saw you're developing a game. I am indeedy. And forgive me that I didn't know what it's about. No worries. I plan to hopefully make a devlog this week. So hopefully it should get everyone up to speed. If I go ahead and do exclamation necrotype, I should be able to do this here and here. Currently, I just released this week a updated version of the prototype, but to sum it up, I am currently creating music as I am making a rhythm typing cafe game. So the music is very important. It takes place in a prestigious wizard academy, so we want a very fancy feel. That's why I'm leaning more towards on the side of classical. However, you play as a necromancer, so that's why we're trying to also go for a spooky feel. So a spooky, fancy, illustrious academy, and it's set in a abandoned place in a cafe. And the idea is that you're serving customers and you have to type to the beat by doing some rhythm typing. Let's see. I do like this guy. I think this guy could work. And let me do this guy here so it doesn't. And this is what I was expecting to hear from. Ah, interesting. Well, I'm glad we're on the same page then. It was Chris, right? I think expecting. Yep. Okay. So, with this in mind, right? I'm thinking now we can either go for our chords or our harmony. But I think let's do chords. Chords are kind of your backing, and some people like starting with chords. I do sometimes, but because of the way this is, and sadly I won't join any streams next week, personal stuff, no worries, feel free to come and go as you please. A lot of this week is just going to be testing bugs and things of that nature, but I'm happy to have you here in the first place, and that you could make it even this stream to just even comment this, even if you gotta go. And ads already started? Has it already been another hour? My goodness, okay, all right. Well, ads are doing their thing. It gives me a second to set up the screen for the other guy. And is music or audio doubled? Is it? I have audio here. Let's double check. We have this guy playing. Muse watch. Oh yeah, it is. Thanks for catching that, Lusk. Let me disable that. It should not be doubled anymore, I think. If I click this guy, is it still doubled? Or are we good? I think we're good, right? And what key are you using? What do you mean by key? Could you elaborate a little bit? And I'll go ahead and have the ads do their ad thing. And I'll turn the music back on. and I will bring you into concepts. As now we get to add chords, and I think maybe chords is the place that people tend to struggle with a little bit, but I tend to like chords. I think they're fun. Let me go into concepts here, and while we're in concepts as well, let me see if I can pull up our muted guy here while we're waiting. And let's see, Muse score, elevator theme, yup. Let's open up chord watch here, and then I need to open up another guy, and it's going to be our muted IO. So I want to be muted. And then I need to open up muted IO. This guy here. Yep. So it was that website I was talking about, and I had downloaded the app for it, as I think the app is pretty handy in the sense of now I don't have to open up the website. I can just have all of my guys here. However, it won't let me make it smaller, which is really weird. If maybe I close it and then, weird. It doesn't want to make it different size. It doesn't want to make it a different size. There we are. And what scale are you gonna get your chords from? I'm thinking maybe C scale. It depends on what I'm using. I think I do use the C scale in some areas. This guy's not a C scale, so I do go out of it a little bit from time to time. Interesting one. That is something to consider, yeah. Usually I've stuck to the C scale, but maybe we could try something else too. I am certainly still learning scales. That's where I'm at the moment. I am trying to learn about, what is it, the modes, I think that's called, where depending on where you start on the keyboard, it sounds different. So for example, starting here, let's see. Yep. There we go. This sounds different than if we started on a different key. So if we started on D instead, despite the fact these are the same notes, they sound different because you played it in a different order. For mine, it starts on A, so it sounds like this. So because it sounds like that, that's the thing of, what do you consider? It's still the C scale, which is using all the white keys down here. Using different scales gives you different feels, and I'm using, I can use this guy here if it lets me, as we're waiting for the ads to do their ad thing, and I'll explain a little bit. But what's neat about this program is, if I undo this guy here, there's different guys to look at. If we go to, I believe, let's see, piano chords chart, I think it might be this guy here. And oh, it closed on me again. Interesting one. Okay, that's fine. I'll click this here. And then if I reopen it, we might have to go to the website. The website might be a little bit easier to navigate. But I can open this guy here, and it lets you look at all the chords. It has a whole sheet, and I can click on this guy, I believe, if it lets me. Well, let's see. Nope, these are chords. I'm looking for scale. Let's see, circle of fifths, scale notes. Is this it? Huh. Nope. There's a lot of things on here that I still need to learn, but it's a thing of slowly but surely. And modes what I'm thinking of. Modes where you start at a certain one, right? So starting on a C versus starting on a D. Is that what I'm thinking of, the words? I certainly could have gotten my wording incorrect there. We go back down here, let's see. Do I have anything in... nope, I don't think so. I think we're down here. Nope, we're good. Nope, those are exercises, and these are notes here, so I don't think that's any of that is needed. Yep, we're good. Down here. Oh, here we are. Minor scale. This is what we're talking about. The major scale. Yep. So there's playing different notes, but then there's also playing the different guys, or C sharp scale, which is playing it differently. Let's see, C. Oh, that's interesting. And then B. Oh, interesting. And modes have different moods. Yep, yeah. A lot of the things have different moods, but I know scales also have different moods, and it's that thing of choosing what are you trying to go for. We're going for spooky. Some of these chords, I believe, were the recommendations I was given for chords. We can look at these, see how we feel about them, and I'll try my best to explain as we go, as it's still a topic I'm not too confident on and I'm still learning about. But it's that thing of the more I hopefully talk about it and the more I try to do it, the better I'll get at overall feeling it out. So let me go ahead and zoom in here, and let me go ahead and save here, and we'll go ahead and hide. Well, no, we don't need to hide this guy. I just need to change what you are. And where are we at on ad status? If it lets me check. Oh, ads are all good to go. Lovely. Welcome back from the ad break. Okay, so chords, major and seventh chords. No. What I want to look at is the circle of fifths, and it's also something I'm still learning about. A lot of these guys are, but I think it's fun. If I click back here to this guy here, it should be visible now, and if I scroll back here, the idea with this guy is that depending on what scale you're at, so this is the C major scale, let me go ahead and hide this guy. And the program I'm using, this guy here, muted, let me do this as well, muted.io. It's free, so if you want to try out this, consider giving it a go, as it's helped me get better at understanding things a little bit. This was the C scale I was talking about. These are all the notes, and then the C guy. And then you can just click around and see what you feel like. There's the G scale, which sounds completely different. And it doesn't start on, you can see there's like a sharp there. And depending on what guy you do, it gives you different things. And then there's also here, which does A minor, C minor, I believe. Yep. But a lot of stuff we don't have to worry about. All we're really focusing on are these guys here, where it says like tonic, dominant, supertonic. All of these guys are the ones we have to do. And thanks, it looks really useful. I'm glad you think so. Yeah, I found it very useful indeed. It's a, what's the word I'm looking for? No, I forgot it. My words have been forgotten completely, but I do hope you find it handy. So the idea is that we need to now find chords that match with our notes. So what I'll do is I will go ahead and go back to our guy here. I will play this guy just while I'm cropping and grabbing it. So let's see, clip, yep, snip clip tool. Go ahead and grab you. And we'll start off by doing the first 4 guys. Let's start off very simple, as it can certainly get a little bit complicated as you go on. So let's do it here. And this guy here. So what I'll do is I will first start off by labeling which notes we have, and I will hide you here. And what are you searching? I was trying to find the chords, where to grab the chords. I did find it. I was looking for the Ionian dominants, subdominants, those sort of things, which was what I was looking for, to see about the numbers and the numbers. And I will explain. Yeah, words. I seem very scatterbrained today. Okay. So what I'll do to start off is I will write the notes that are used here. So if I go ahead and use this guy here, intervals. Yeah, I think that's the word I'm looking for. Intervals. I want to get better at using the correct terms, as it makes it easy to describe my ideas, certainly. So this is A, and maybe we can make this a little bit smaller. Let me see. Click on you here, make you smaller. Yeah, oh, no, make you smaller. There we go, lovely, okay. So we have on here, let's see. It is A, and then it goes to, A, B. A, B. And then it goes to C, and then it goes to D, and then it goes to E, and then it goes to C. And then, let's see, and hi, Colonel, welcome to stream. You couldn't have come at a better time. I'm about to struggle with chords. But welcome. Let's see. This is a D sharp, so we'll do D and then we'll do the hashtag. Let's see. And then this guy here is below C, so we'll assume it is a B. There we go. Okay. And that's a little funny looking P. We'll do B. There you go. Okay. And the idea is that the chords support the melody. Our notes here are the melody, and we want the chords to support them. So the idea is that, and if I go up here, where are we at? Do this chart, that if I can find it, where are we at? This guy here. I think this is the easiest way to figure out how's it going. It's about to go into chaos is what it is. I am about to see if I can figure out how to, chord progression. That is the topic currently on the market here. And I have, oh, here we are. Chord progression for our major chord. It works differently for different guys, but I'll be using this guy. I feel like this might be the easiest setup to do. And the idea is that we have an A and B on here, right? So we have A and then we have B. And A, if we look back to that chart I was looking at earlier, so if we go to this guy here, right? Our A is this VI and our B is this VIII. And if I hide this guy again, we have the VI and the III. The idea is that each of these different guys represents a different note. If I quickly, and I might have this copy and pasted already, so I don't have to write it down, but if not, I will go ahead. C, D, E, F. Perfect. Here it is. Copy it. These are Roman numerals, is the hope. Let me go ahead and grab you here, move you down here, and move you up here. Make it a little bit bigger, and possibly here. Make things a little bit easier to see on screen. Each represents a different one. The A would be VI, and then the B would be VII. And this is our A. Oh no, A. And the idea is that we want the chords to complement the melody. And I have a dumb question. There are no dumb questions, especially because I am struggling. But welcome to stream, Muck. Welcome. I hope you've been wowing. Ask away. All questions are good questions. So because my thing starts with an A, maybe I'll start with an A chord. And what an A chord is, we have this note, and then we skip one, this note, and then we have this note. So it's ACE. So possibly, to start off, we can have ACE as our first. And 4th and 7? Yeah. Oh, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Isn't it 6? Or do you mean something else, Rodrigo? Am I mistaking something, or is it something else? But I'm thinking this is our 6. 6, and that's the AB. So maybe we can start with 6. Yeah, 6, or we can start with something like this. We can start anywhere on the chords. And hello, clown. Welcome to stream. Welcome. So I'm thinking maybe we start off with the A, the ACE. And so that's what I'll do. And I will go ahead and put on here A. So we start off with A, and we're gonna do ACE, ACE, and then from there, what we also have is that it is VI. This is our 6. And if we look here, right, VI, usually if we're looking at this chart, you wanna go either here or maybe go to 5. And again, it's that thing of there's a lot of terms and stuff. You don't have to worry about too much. It's something to keep in mind. For example, when you're on a certain note, a certain feel, you usually want to go somewhere else with it. And it gives what's the word I'm looking for? A nice conclusion to it. So for example, you see all these words like subdominant, supertonic, tonic, subpredominant. I have the definitions on here, but if we take a look at that chart again that I was showing you earlier, this guy here, the idea is that these guys represent different things. So all you have to figure out is, okay, we're on the A, right? So this guy here, which is subdominant. So if we're on an A, and if we go ahead and hide this guy here, and yes, hi, Laser Red Comment, welcome back to stream. And A is our subdominant, right? Let's see, subdominant means dominant tension, super, oh, there we are. It's a transition note, or it's a transition chord. So it usually means it wants to go somewhere. Where are we at? C. It wants to go somewhere. And since it wants to go somewhere, that's why we take it to, I believe, our C, because it's trying to go somewhere, and it can go to not our C, our G, which is 5. So usually this guy might go to this guy because it feels nicer. But this is a lot of music theory, and the good thing about music theory is that you don't have to know it. It's that thing of it's nice to know, excuse me, and it's the thing of you don't have to follow it. But for me, at least, I like knowing the theory behind stuff, and having this chart helps. However, usually I take a look at this chart, start from the chart, and then modify things as what it says might sound nice, sometimes doesn't, sometimes it does, but it gives me a direction in the sense of if I say to myself, I want to learn music, or I want to make a song, it helps get the ideas going. It helps me add things to the paper. And let's see, I'm sure you said it a million times at this point, but I'm curious what app you use for all these notes. I have said it before, it's called Concepts, and I believe that there. So that should also answer any other questions you have about the programs I use. The MuseScore one though. That's the one with the notes, SCORE. There you go, Muck. Hopefully that helps. So saying all of that, let's see. Let me go back to here. So, okay. Let's scroll back down to where we were. This guy up here. So I'm thinking ACE, so something like this. Let's see. And then we have CD, which is interesting. And if we look at this guy, right? Are there notes that are here that could go somewhere else? And now this is pod tracing. Hi, Disco. Welcome to stream. And thank you. My apologies for not consulting the FAQ first. No worries, Muck. The FAQ thing is new, so by all means, the more I get to use the new commands, I'm happy to. There's no reason you should have known it. And at the end of that. But welcome, Disco. And pod tracing? What's pod tracing? I'm a little confused on that one. We have ACE, right? And then we kind of have CD. So it's saying, right, we can go maybe to IV, II, or V. So what's IV, what's II, and what's V? So let me do that. So let's see, we have IV, IV, there's also II. Let me write that down here, II. And there's also IV, II, and there's also V. What are some options we have? And while I'm writing all of this down, let me click play on here. That way we have some background music and it's not just me, quiet silence. So our V starts off with G, and that would be GBD. I'll write on here, GBD. Let's see. G, B, and then D. TBD. And I want to learn music next year, but now I'm having second thoughts. Quelm, this is music theory. You don't have to learn it. I am an enthusiast for learning. You don't have to learn it to make good music. This is like a math equation for me, and I quite like math. I suggest getting into music. Really, I do. I mean, what I'm doing right now is optional. I just find it fun. By all means, making music can just be a thing of, that sounds nice, let's do that. For me, I'm thinking to myself, okay, what are some options we can explore? Well, tell me more. Music theory is fun and easy, don't worry. Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy, I find it very fun. And it's something of once you pick it up, it's very easy to understand. Unfortunately for me, I have terrible memory, so I'm always trying to learn how to pick it up. However, I find it really fun, so I don't mind learning it over and over again. So let's see, IV is F. So we start on the F key, front door, so it's F, A, and then it is C. F, A, C. Let's see, F, A, C. And then lastly, we have II, which is our D guy. So if I start on D, which is the dog, this guy here, D, and I skip one, right? That's all I'm doing. So it would be D, F, and then A. D, F, A. So I'll put that on here. D, F, and A. D, F, A. Let me scroll back a little bit. So these are our options. However, again, this is the music theory options, but if they don't sound nice, we don't have to do them. And use the tools and guides that ARC says. Oh yeah, that's what makes it really fun for me. They're very interactive, which makes it really fun to just see, oh, what does this sound like? Oh, what does this sound like? It's a thing of, okay, you know what? Can I play this or D minor, all these things? Ooh, I like. And I go from there. It's a lot of apps and testing things, but I'm having so much fun. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here. And from there, okay, so the idea is that we go from this place, so right, let's move this down here. And what's this program? It is called concepts, like the thought. Let me go ahead and do exclamation FAQ. That should answer your question, so it should also have a link there. And welcome, by the way, Cremacet, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. Let me go ahead and move this guy, maybe, oh, that's not what I wanna do. I wanna grab you here. There we are. Maybe make it a little bit easier to see. The hope is that, or the idea is that, by starting on the same note that we start the melody on, it'll sound nice. That's why I start on the A, and A is 6. So we see, right, the VI, and then using the arrow keys, we have IV that this goes to. It also goes to II, and it also goes to V. So that's why I do IV, I do the II and the V. And all these stand for are where we start our chords at. So for A, we do this letter, then we do space, right? We do this one, and then we do this one. And all I'm doing is just writing down the notes. So this was the A one, right? And then for the G, you start on the G, so you go to this guy. Hold on, my fingers weren't ready. This guy. So that's all I did. I wrote down what chords I saw that are 1 space, 1 space, 1 space. So now that we have these guys as the idea, let's look at this. We have C and D that we go to next. Is there a C and D? 2 hours in, we're on chords? Yep, we are on chords. We have done the melody, now we're moving on to chords. This is I was hoping to do 2 songs, but now I'm thinking to myself, maybe that's not quite obtainable. I've only started learning music for the past few months, so I'm definitely still learning, but it's a lot of also just trial and error. But welcome to the stream. So we have a C and D here, and you can see, right, there's a D here, there's a C here, and there's a D here. The idea is that the more chords you can grab from the melody, the nicer it'll sound. It sounds more in line. So that's C and D. We have a G here. So just listening to the sounds, what do you think? And again, we'll go into the music program to try these guys out, but just here, we'll hear without any other context. What do you think sounds nice? So we have, let's see, this, and then we have, so it can go here, and then it can go here, or we can do, let's see, this, and then it starts on F, so, and then we can do, ooh, that's pretty nice. Or we can do, and then do D, so it would be, interesting. I feel like this guy would go then to this guy. No, hold on. It would be something like, and then it would go here, and then it would go here. Doesn't that kind of sound completed? But let's take a look at these guys. So I will bring you back into our, let's see, music. And for those wondering what this guy is, it is called, oh, I forgot the name. MuseScore, MuSescore. If I go back into here, what we'll do now is we're adding the chords. And last time what I did for chords is I used an organ. We can try an organ again. However, we can also try a different instrument. For now, I'll use a piano. I think piano's the nicest one to use since it sounds like the one I'm using. And we can figure it out as we go. So I'll go ahead and grab piano, right? That's the piano guy right here. And all we're doing is that we're adding those chords. So we start here, right? And we're doing ACE. So on here, let's see. I've never used MuseScore before. Oh, you might like it. For me, at least, I found using sheet music to be the easiest to understand when it comes to learning music. So maybe this could be a different approach that might work better for you. Though I don't know your musical background. I tried other programs like Bascasiol, and does it have a MIDI import function? It does indeed. Yep. I don't know how to use it, but it does exist. It does exist. So let's see. A. ACE. And this is the bottom guy here. I believe this is A. And then this is C. And this is E. Yeah. That guy. Let me go ahead and hide this guy. Or not hide it. Mute the music in the background so we can hear the music to its fullest here. And then let's see. Tools. I want to make this a little bit louder for us to hear. I'm gonna raise up. Let's see. Our vibraphone. Nope. We need the piano to be raised up a little bit. That way we can hear it. And then undo the mixer. So, just taking what we have, does this sound nice, do you think? I do think that sounds nice. And then from here, right, for our C and then also our D, we had a few options. Now, depending on what options we go, there's different places. And if I possibly am able to bring up the concepts and glasses toggle, big brain time. I see. Hold on. Let me start that timer and put on the glasses. Big brain. And thank you for that routine, Muck. Now we have the glasses. And nerd. I see. I should have known. Oh boy. Let me open up concepts. Concepts, where'd you go? All of you guys, but I'm not seeing concepts. Concepts. There we are. Lovely. Nerd. Oh, it's lovely. Let me hide this guy here. And remember, we have a few options we can go to, right? So, let's try. And she's got the big brain, and I feel like I have the smooth brain. A lot of this is just, what's the word I'm looking for? A lot of this is replication? No. Starts with an R. It's the thing you do when you do a lot of it. You do a lot of it over and over again, but it's not replication. Something else. I don't remember the word. But welcome, Echo. Welcome to stream. Repetition. Yeah, repetition. Thank you. As you can see, the nerd glasses are working. And what I like to do, at least for the chords to start out, is I like to do, repetition. I like to make them whole notes to get a feel, and then I can separate up the whole notes and do some funny stuff. But right now, we're just saying about the chords. What are the chords feeling like? So we start off with the ACE, right? And let's see, I'm curious to see about the DFA. So let's give that a try. Our D, I believe, is this guy. Yep. And then our F is this guy, and then A. That guy. So let's give a feel. And in my 5 years of music production, I have never seen anyone write a piece like this interesting. I know for certain I am not orthodox. But I think that's the fun of it. So let's listen to it, see how we feel. That's not too bad, right? It doesn't sound awful. That's the start. However, if I just randomly did like maybe this here, this possibly here, what does it sound like? Goes up a little bit. Sounds a little bit more uplifting. It's just the thing of trial and error. And this would be our C, E, G. So C key. Interesting. Okay. So we tried our, let's see. First we tried the 1, right? The D, or the 2. DFA. That's DFA. Let's try FAC. So F is here. We have an A here, and then the C would be up here. These guys are kind of all there. So I'm actually going to go here. Yeah. F, and then A, and then C. So let's hear this, see what we feel like. I don't like that. I don't like that. I think our FAC, not an option. So we can go ahead and cross that out. So I'll grab our thing here and yep. Don't need it, don't want it. Let's try the GBD. Let's see. G would be here, and then B is here, and then D is here. Yep, okay, let's listen to it. It kind of sounds cinematic in a way, I feel like. Is it cinematic compared to the other options? I quite like GBD. So just listening to these two. So this and this, or do we want to go for this and then the DFA? that would be, let's see, F and then A and then D. So either something like this or something like this. I feel like I use this one a lot. And the thing as well is that because there's such a difference between the notes hopping, you can't see it. My apologies. There you are. Because the notes are hopping and VI, VI, since it goes up with the melody. Interesting, yeah. I was gonna say, these guys here goes down and you could, I forget what it's called, but when one part goes up and one part goes down. It kind of reminds me of the opening to What Angel Wakes Me from Final Fantasy XIV. I wouldn't be surprised if this is I wouldn't be surprised if it is the chord progressions used. These are the most popular ones or the most common ones. However, you know, people shake it up all the time. These are just usually what you go with to do certain feels. I was going to say this might be better because there's less change. It's only going down one note, so maybe it feels nicer. However, this guy, this big jump, right? What might make this feel a little bit more aligned with this guy is moving it down. So instead, maybe this might work a little bit better. So just listening. Or maybe you can invert the chords. Yep. There's also chord inversion. That's another topic too. But yeah, we're just doing the basics, saying how it feels, and then we can continuously add layers. Or this one. I quite like this one. I think this is the guy we want to go for. Playing it again, just so you can hear it. Yeah, possibly. And you were talking about chord inversion. What chord inversion is, to those that are curious, is when you take an end part of a note and move it up an octave. So like, for example, that C would get moved up there. So that now it's kind of going up. And it adds a flavor feel. You don't have to do it, but it's that thing of just adds flavor. So I could move this guy down here, or I could move this bottom guy up here, like that. And it just, still the same chord, but just spicy. So let's listen to that. I quite like that a lot better than the other guy. So yeah, I think chord inversion was the right call there. Now, we go now from our, right, this is our E, this is CBD. So this is, let's see, CBD. Oh, was it CBD that we did? Oh no. It was G. Huh. I thought I did. Oh, there we are. I read it wrong. GBD. So GBD, which is 5. And usually after 5, if we look at our chart again, right? So it's 6, right? No, VI, yeah. 6, then 5. And then let's check our sheets, shall we? Let's go back into concepts here really quickly. And concepts. So we're going to 5, and what you can see here, right, is what the chart is saying. And again, you don't have to follow the chart, but if you're lost and not sure where to go, maybe you can check out this chart. And where you go from, right, our VI, we're here, we hop to V, and now that we're at V, it's saying that maybe we should try VII or I. So let's get a feel for how that works, since we're going here, right? We start here, and then we're hopping to here, so I'll do an arrow up here. And now what it's saying to do is to go to either VII or I. So our VII, let's see, VII is either B or our I, which is C. So either we go to CDE, I believe, hold on, let's see, CEG, or we can go to VII. And again, I'm just finding that number or letter, right? Because it's B, and then I'm skipping. So B, and then we have D, and then we have F. So it'd be BDF. Let's see. Which one sounds nicer? BDF or CGE? BDF. BDF. And then let me go ahead and slide this guy over here. Move you back over. And just to think about things, right? And capitalized numbers are major chords and uncapitalized numbers are minor chords, if anyone's wondering. Yep. But you gotta remember, a lot of people here haven't done music before, so they don't know what major and minor means. You know, it's just the thing of knowing or needing to figure out how to explain it. And to explain major and minor, I guess the best way to explain it would be just the set of chords you use. C major uses all white keys, and then minor keys will be kind of these guys here. And depending on the recipe of notes you use, it'll be different, as the best way I can try to explain it. And major sounds happy, minor sounds sad. Not necessarily. From what I've heard, while that is a surface guy, it can be different things. Yeah, sad and major sounds bright. I've heard it be negative emotions and positive emotions more so. So it's a thing of, instead of sad, it could be somber, which isn't quite sad, or it could be nostalgic, which again doesn't have to be sad. Happy could also, instead of happy, it might be more on the energetic side, or it's energy, yeah. So instead of happy versus sad, major keys might be used for anger because it's a lot of energy, while sad is lesser. That sort of thing is, I think, a better explanation than happy versus sad, as I have heard that a lot before. But then I've also heard that where it's not necessarily happy versus sad, but it's just the emotion you get. A lot of energy versus a little less, a little slower. And yep. Okay, I did read those, guys. So we have here a D sharp and a B. So do we see a D or a B? So what music theory is saying is that our VII will sound best if we use this guy, BDF. Let's see if they're right, because again, could be not, and maybe it sounds right to some people, but maybe it won't sound right to me. So BDF. Let's go ahead back into music. So BDF. Let me go ahead and move you down here, and are we good for BDF? Yep, good. So BDF. And here, down here, BDF. So B, I believe, is this guy, and then we have D, and then F. Yep, okay. I will pause this guy just so we can hear it. Let's give a listen, see where we're at. No. Let me make sure it's BDF. B, F. I didn't like it. I don't like it one bit. And that's a-okay. Another thing I learned recently is that you don't have to change chords every single time. You can maybe space it, and oh, that's the glasses timer. So I take those guys off, no more big brain time. You can also space it out, or you could do the same chord again. Or you could put both two chords in the same area, which is a lot of spacing up. Let's see. And wait until chat learns about sus chords. I don't even know what those are. Again, I've only been learning music for a few months. Oh man, among these chords, I still don't know what that would even mean. So I'm gonna see, maybe if we repeat the chords, what does that sound like? Let's try. I don't know. It's also saying that maybe C, E, G could be an option. So let's try that. This will be our, let's see, C, and then we have E, and then we have G. So let's try this. Ooh, I like that. I do like that. Now, let's see, chord inversion, right? So if I move this G down here, what does this sound like? Just really curious, really quickly. That sounds good. That sounds good. Okay. Last guy's here, right? We're on one. Usually you can, one's a kind of, what is it, like a free key, get out of jail key. First off, I just want to see, if we do two of these same notes, does it sound, what do we get? Oh, it's interesting, isn't it? It sounds spooky in a way. It sounds weird. And in simple terms, a sus chord is a chord, but the second note in the triad, oh no, is the second or fourth instead of the third. I remember the word triad. I don't remember what the term is. What do you think? I don't dislike this. It's interesting. Okay. Maybe this is an option. If we go back to our notes, right? Go back into concepts, a lot of screen flipping. And if we go back to here, what's an option if we go, well, that's what I was saying about the free card. You can see, can go anywhere. So we could go back to using, for example, the II could be an idea, or the VI, so 6. We could go back to that guy, or maybe we can go somewhere else. If we're looking at this, right, it is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, EC. Did we ever do EC? Maybe that's why. But it ended up sounding nice, which is interesting. Yeah, I went straight here. And you could try using a B major chord. B major chord. Can you elaborate a little, Colonel? I'm still on C major. B major. Well, you know what? I can do this, right? I can go here. B major. I think if I click this guy. Aha! I did it. Okay. B major chord. Where are we at? Yeah. Okay. answered my own question. Okay. So maybe we can take that C and maybe make it this guy. So it would be E, C, G, and they're all sharp. We can try that. Let's go back into music. E, C, G, and sharp. Yeah, apparently, well, not apparently. It was supposed to be, these guys were supposed to be this, but I like the way it sounds. So E, and it's out of the scale you're using right now, but it contains the D and B. Yup. Let's see. E, I believe, right? E, C, and G. So E is E, and then we had C, and then G, and it was sharp. So it was C sharp and G sharp. So G sharp, C sharp, like that. And hey, how's the music for the game going? Painful, but fun. Painful, but fun. And you can sure be a major cutie. Oh boy. And welcome, by the way, Daniel. Welcome. I could say it's going great. Slow progress. I thought we might be able to do 2 songs, but it's seeming to be the case. Only 1. And chat and streamers learning music together. Oh yeah, that's what these streams are about. I have barely a clue what I'm doing, and usually people in here are more attuned, I guess is that the best word? Attuned to music, so have a bit of a better idea. But I certainly am learning a lot, and I do appreciate the people taking the time to explain it. And triad are the 3 notes of the chord. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Triad, right? Triad. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. Thank you for that one, Chris. Okay, let me go back to here. I think it should be this, but changed. I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it can go up like this, possibly. Something's off. This is a C, which means it can usually go to anywhere. And we have D and B, or use legato. Oh, I don't know what that means. Is that speed for something? I don't remember. I know there's like nope, there's some words here on the side, like there's lendo, there's largo, is it largo? I'm trying. And no, I assumed as much. And okay, I thought I could. DB, and then we have, maybe that's why, DB. Yeah, CEG. Okay, maybe that's it. So we go CEG, and then, okay, D. Okay, let's go back to our notes, right? We're trying to slowly get through this, and I'm trying to figure out how to say it in English. I do appreciate you trying. And I only know do, re, mi. Do, re, mi, I believe is C. Yeah, do, re, mi. There you go. C, D, E. Do, re, mi. Let me go back into concepts here. And, okay. So we go here, and then we go to C, E, G, I believe. Let me just double check. G, D, yep, C, E, G. And then, where are we at? We go somewhere else. So go back down here. You go here. And then D and B. And that's legato. Glide note. Oh! I still don't know what the glide note is. And try not to step on a legato. I haven't heard that before. Okay. Well, D and B. That's what we were talking about before with the scales, right? So let's see. If we go back here. Oh, that's weird. It's 2. And you could also try E major chord under it. E, G. Cool. What's that guy mean? It's not letting me shrink it. Hold on. I want to shrink it. Will you let me shrink it? Nope, it does not want to let me shrink it. Oh, no, we're good. Lovely. Okay, E, G. E major chord. So E, major, and then we need the D and the B, right? D and B. Oh, G minor? Is that maybe what you're saying? So maybe B, G, D? Right? Possibly B, G, D, but then make them sharps. Or no, G is only sharp. No. B, G, D, sharp the G and the D. Or E, G, B. Oh, okay. Lovely. I'll give that a go. There is no harm in trying. So E, G, B, paste, and we have, this is E, yep, E, and then G is this guy, and then B is U. And G said should be sharp. Something like that. Let's give it a go. Let's see. Let's go here. Ooh, that's good. That's really good. That's good soup. And the Godot, I think, are the long lines connecting the next chord. Oh, so you could do the same chord twice, but it sounds just as long. That does make sense. I have seen that symbol before. I don't know how to add it, but it has added itself. I like this. I think this works. What do you think? Oh, we'll listen in. That's it. That is. Oh, we got it. I got ya. Okay. And since we repeat these notes, right? We'll just copy and paste this this chord guy here. We'll do this again, right? Go back down here, and then we do something a little bit different. We'll go back to that guy, but for now, just listen in. What are you thinking? Is it what's your feel at the moment? You quite like that. Okay. And now it goes a little faster. So this is the next section, I believe. Let's see. And hi, Hypnotic Chris. Welcome to our stream. Welcome. So now the next section is, next section's this guy. That guy. That's the next section. And it's basically this, but just pushed in a little bit more. So we might be able to use the same chords. And hey, other Chris. Lovely. Let's see. I'll just start off with our A guy, since it starts off here with, it actually starts off with C. Interesting. I'm just curious to see what it sounds like. And instead of writing a new chord, you leave the previous one. What do you mean, Rodrigo? Sounding? Or what do you mean? Could you elaborate a little bit? Let's see. Okay. So this is GBD. And what kind of game you making? I'm making a rhythm typing cafe game. So it's very important that the music is good to go. These notes up here are what you actually have to type to the rhythm of. Right now we're working on the backing of the music, the chords. Okay, let's see. And that's nice. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. Let's see. The thing is, these guys change, so maybe that's why it doesn't sound quite as nice. This guy goes here to GBE. Okay. Now, we're out of scale, the C major scale, so I'm a little out of my element here, but that's A-okay. Let's see, was it these guys? GBD, I believe. GBD, GBD, GBE, GBE, nope, GBD. GBE, got ya. This guy here, GBE. If I show you, it doesn't have it on here. Okay, let me grab it here then. Copy and paste. There you go. Now you can see what I'm looking at. We went to this guy, and we've changed entirely, right? Our direction. So maybe, right? Just keeping in mind the words that we were using earlier, these tonic and our dominants. If we're in this guy, and I generally have never written using sheet before, I've only done it in MIDI. Interesting. Yeah, that's the thing. I tried MIDI and I liked MIDI, but because of the way my game works, I needed something really precise so I could see the music timing. So seeing it in sheet music helps a lot. I don't know if I'll use this method going forward for other games, but I'm definitely enjoying this a lot more. And IDKY, the music reminds me of Minos Prime's theme, even though they sound completely different. Never heard of that theme before, but I've certainly heard what people say that it sounds similar to some other music. If you've heard of Inspector Gadget, that might sound similar to what mine does. But we're in the E major, right? And that is a tonic. So, taking back our terms that we were talking about earlier, if I go back into this guy, and since we're now in the realm of not knowing, right, we can't really consult this sheet, which is okay. We're not in that guy anymore, and that's a-okay. What we do is, if we, for example, go, I believe, to here, this can explain it a little bit, but first, let me drag the sheet I was given, the notes I was given, up here to make things a little bit easier. And if you keep doing it, it might write beautiful music in the future. Doing it, you might write beautiful music in the future for other games. Ah, that's very true, yeah. The more you use a program, the better you get at that specific program. I certainly am enjoying this. I think this has been the easiest for me to understand. What kind of seasoning do you prefer on popcorn? I don't like popcorn. It gets in your teeth. It's not very fun. It's not quite for me. Let me move this guy here, my notes, previous notes, and we can kind of, even though we don't have this guy anymore, it's okay. We have 2 notes. So, just to recap, we're on a tonic note. And the tonic notes are your home notes. They're the nicest to feel. And let me just double check. Well, actually, I don't even have to use the keyboard because I can click the buttons. We're at this note right now. And we can go some places. So if I click here, right, you can go, common sound progression can stay at 1. You can move to something that's subdominant or supertonic or dominant. That's the thing of just, where can you take this? Right now, we're somewhere stable and we're moving somewhere else. So maybe we want to go somewhere else. And if I go to our, well, reading right, subdominant here, and it says prepares for the dominant. You're probably going to go somewhere else with it. Or maybe supertonic, what's this guy say? Can move to, oh, slightly unstable but smooth with a natural pool. Interesting, okay. Or it can go to 5, which is dominant. Dominant wants to go somewhere. Yeah, it has a lot of tension. And considering we're making a spooky sounding song, maybe that's something we want. So, let's see. What we know is, if we go back into music, right? The next notes that we use are, if we go here, and if I hide this guy very quickly, and let's make it really fast so it's hard for the players.
Kaitosu is now following.
Hi, oh, hold on, let me get that name right. Kaitosu? Welcome to the stream, welcome. And funny you mentioned that. The reason why we're making it a specifically easy song is because the song I released on for my game, people have said it's very hard at the moment. So I wanted to make a song that was easier to do as well as the other one. Let me just show you to those that have maybe not been here earlier. The song that is currently the quote-unquote either hard or difficult one. Well, no, quote-unquote medium difficulty or hard difficulty. I can certainly say it's hard. I have not gotten it perfect, so hopefully, eventually. But this is currently the song that we have, and that we're making kind of like a bit of a remix to it to add a bit of feel. He didn't reply. Oh, did I? Hold on. Let's make it really fast so it's hard. I did read that, and I did read that. Did I not reply to something else? Did I miss something, Daniel? And I sent you the Discord what it said. It's something very simple. Okay, I'll read that while this is blank. Alrighty, this is the current song I have in the game. And I'll do that, and okay. Oh, high note, got you. This one, it's hard. And no, sorry, I meant you didn't reply skill issue to the player. Oh, for some reason it changed skill issue to an emote. Oh, I see. Got ya. I mean, my goal is not to make this a really hard game, but I also don't want to make it really easy. And don't have to be really fast. Using microtonals like C half sharp will probably make it hard. Well, it is a typing game. All we're worried about is the pace, because it's rhythm, and there, you're using it. Yeah, it does it automatically, so I don't have to. For example, I made this like a whole note, but yeah, I have it in some areas. That's what I said. I haven't purposely done it, but it has done it in some areas, and that sounds really good. Reminds me of something you'd hear in a haunted house. Great to hear. We're going for haunting, and that's a nice piece of music there. Thank you, Karen. Thank you. That means quite a lot. And yeah, the idea, right? So just so we're on the same pace here. Anytime you hear the tuck, 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 tuck. So if I click this guy, right, the metronome, every tick is a key you would have to type. So anytime these notes appear, think of that as where you would have to type. That's why having it slow matters, because this melody up here is where. And what happens if the player types wrongly? Well, hold on, Necrotype. There you go. You missed the key, but currently there is a prototype out if you'd like to try it. Right now, this is the song on here. So you can tell me personally if you find it difficult. That's why we're doing the easy one. But rhythm is super important as the bass, because you can see, right, all 4 notes are changed, or all 4 notes are here. So you'd have to do type, 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 type. Compared to the one we're doing right now, right? If I go back to here, and we go into, let's see, where we at, easy song, it's slower, right? The BPM, the older BPM was 170. This one, I believe, is 120, so it's already slow in that sense. I also try to not use a lot of quarter notes. Here, I'm trying to use less. You can see I space them out a little bit more to make it easier to type. So now instead of type, 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 it is type, 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 type. So it's slower in that sense. That's why the rhythm of this matters a lot. And that's why we focused on it first before moving to chords. However, this might be a little bit hard for people, this part right here. Because remember, anytime the note happens is when you would have to type. So that kind of type might be difficult, but again, we don't want to make it too easy, so we'll see. And what's your favorite music creator like music? Toby Fox, 100%. I am a big fan of Toby Fox's music. They're all lovely. So saying that, if we go back to this guy here, and where we were, let's see. We start here, let's see guy here, and super tonic, right? The tonic, so the tonic can go anywhere, and it was this guy here, I believe was this note. Let's just check, let's see. Yep, that's that guy. So if we're going from here, and we start on C, well, we have C, let's see, we have D, and we have F, C, D, F. So is there anywhere we can go? We can go, and if I click on this guy, C, D, F, where are we at? Muted, there we are, C, D, F, that's C major. C, D, F. And I love Toby Fox's music, especially Megalovania and Bone Trousel. Bone Trousel is one of my favorites. It's so dramatic, and I like the dramatic music. But here, and let me just double check again. D and F. So, C, D, F. Is there any guys here that have C, D, F? That's what we're looking for. There's some of them here. Maybe what might sound nice is the G major. No, F. C and F. So A, F, C, but then gotta make sure we have the sharp. So A, F, C, and sharp. Let's give that a try. Let's go ahead and hide that guy here. Let me move that back here. And let me just double check because I already forgot. It is, let's see, AFC. Okay. Oh, yeah. F. Oh, you know, I just have a keyboard here. Front door, and then it's C. Oh, so C, F, and then we have A, I believe. Let me just double check. Yeah. So it's C, F, A. Interesting. And it says F, A, so maybe. And then A, oh, F, A. FAC, I found ya. Okay, FAC, and then there are kind of a few sharps there. Let's try that. FAC, maybe. So go back to here, and first zoom in a little bit to make it a little bit easier to see. And then we have, let's get review for a second. So G, A, yep, we do need U. F is also down here. FAC. That's also suggesting to make them sharp. So F would be sharp and C would be sharp. So let's just changing the notes a little bit. So A and, oh no, it'd be F and C. Yep. So F and C. Maybe something like, that's not too bad, not too bad. Okay, now let's see, let's give a listen. No, that definitely doesn't sound right. And again, it doesn't have to be whole notes. I like starting off with whole notes just because it gives me the layer, the feel of the structure, and then I can kind of chop up things depending on how I feel. However, these notes don't really like going well with our chords, which is okay. I'm curious to see, maybe if we do like this, how does it sound? And necrotype. Exactly. Okay, what we'll do is C. So we have C again, right? We C, D, and F. So C, oops, C, D, and then F, I believe. C, D, F. So F is that guy. So maybe we can do C, and then E, and then G. We can try that, and good lyrics. necrotype. Let's see. So maybe we have C, and then we have E, and then maybe G. It's usually a good guy. What does this sound like? Maybe. This might be a case where I might try to separate it. If we move back to this guy. I almost feel like this guy wants to go up, in a way. Right? It feels like it wants to go somewhere. It says it's tonic, which means it shouldn't want to go somewhere. But I feel like it should go up, like do. Right? And is the chord need to be triad? Nope, not at all. I'm just used to triad. You could try switching the BB major scale now, maybe? Perhaps. And, oh, well, yeah, I guess, right? Chords are triads. That's because there are 3 of them. But you can make chords that are 4 notes. I forget what those are called. 7th, maybe? Let's see. Try switching to the B major scale now? Sure. I am still learning scales and everything, so it is certainly a try. Let's see. But I want to go up. Like, and then up. So maybe that, something like that. Right? Doesn't it sound nice? And then you might make it go back down. But the thing is, we have to remember that we're not just making the chord structure, we're also making the melody. So even if this sounds nice on its own, it might not sound nice mixed together. And I'm liking it, yeah, but does it sound nice mixed together? Let's see. It doesn't sound too bad. Doesn't sound too good, but it doesn't sound too bad. That's step one. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Move this guy here. And it's almost there. Yeah. Just a lot of tweaking. Maybe. I feel like this could work, right? We go back to maybe the C, so we have A, C, E. And I meant specifically for writing the song, it requires us to try it. I see, yeah. And that's interesting to note as well, that this sounds nice when we go back, right? Maybe that's it, because we're all over the place, but then we go back to this guy. Maybe that's why I was expecting this note without even knowing that we already used it up here. But I just thought to myself, something's missing. It feels like it should go somewhere. Turns out, that note was what we started up here. So I did have it going somewhere earlier. And I found it again just because it felt off. That's what I was talking about, where you don't have to know music, but just feeling it and just moving it to where it feels nice. And if we go here, let's see. I'm thinking maybe we can chop it in half and move it here. So instead it's half notes, and then we do another scale. So it starts off with these two, and then we go here. So since it is this guy, it is C, D, E, or C, or no, A, C, E, which was what we had earlier. But maybe we can moosh it around a little bit more now, as they're different things. And also, no worries, Rodrigo. It's definitely a thing of just figuring it out. Let's see. We have here A, D, and F. D and F. So go back to here, right? Let's click on that C guy. Where are we at? C. C. Nope, I want C. Where's our C? C major. Lovely. Found it again. Okay, and I did read these guys. Good. And you can do it like how Hans Zimmer and only use the root of the fifth chord, and the third being a different instrument. Never heard of that. Those sound like techniques. That would be very handy, but I'm not at that level quite yet. And a sailor went to sea to see what he could see, but all that he could see was the bottom of the deep blue sea. Okay, let me zoom back into here, because we were doing all the ACEs, right? And let me zoom out a little bit to here, and then go back to here. Okay, so we have our ACE, which are these guys here, and then maybe instead, right, we can go to a different guy. So GBD, possibly. This is D and F. So maybe now we can go to GBD, a 5. So if I go possibly to, let's see, G, I think this is G. D, B, D. Yeah, so it goes. So let's see. No, that definitely doesn't sound right. Maybe if we go up, just checking. Let's G. There we are. No, something just doesn't sound quite right. Everything up to this point sounds good, but just something else. Questioning things. Okay, maybe. This could be where we space things out, but again, I like using holes just for the feel to get an idea, because we can always move these guys around to being halves or add a little bit of rhythm to them. So it's a thing of, but before we do that, let me get some water. And oh, great timing! Ad breaks are about to start too. So great place to pause. I'll let them do their thing and dismiss it while we do that there. Lovely. And, oh, hold on. Let me see what this is here. And use D sharp on the chords and build around that, maybe? Let's see. What do you mean exactly? If you could, Taitotsu? Is that how you say it? I don't know if I said welcome to you earlier, but welcome all the same. D sharp? Oh, because of this? That's what you're saying? Maybe the D sharp is why we're not having fun with things at the moment? I can see it, yeah. I'll get some water, and I'm gonna press some buttons on here. See if maybe we can find something that happens to have that D sharp. And this is a very wide way. Yeah, I was doing it a little bit better. Right now it's blind, but beforehand I was using these guys, which is definitely an easier way, right? If I go back here, this was easier because I knew where to go. But because we kind of went to different scales, I got a little lost. I'd like to go back to what I know, but sometimes it's not sounding right. But I was using this. This here was my key of reference, but I've kind of had to get off this key of reference to go to more so what sounds nice, but again, that's a-okay. It's that thing of maybe it'll take a little bit longer, but or maybe I'm too used to my streamline process. I mean, the more of a streamlined process I can do, the better it'll be for my game overall, as that means more music, right? More music, more feels, more sounds. So the more I do this, hopefully the more I'll be able. And we all have our methods. Yeah. I'm still learning quite a lot, as I think I've made maybe less than 10 songs. And for this game, maybe only 4. And did it do the thing? It didn't do the audio thing, but weird. Pretty weird. It did. There we are. I was gonna say.
Daniel_Philip_Johnson just
thank you for the
subscribed.
subscription, Daniel. Thank you to supporting my trials and tribulations. Thank you. And also the music will be very closely tied to the game, so we need that leeway in writing for the specific needs. Yep, that's the thing. Right now we have the melody down, and I'll show you once the ad ends, but right now we have the song in the game. We can just type it out, and which is nice and good to go. So right now all we're adding is just a filler to the audio. Right now we have the game map, so when you type, that's what the timing's for. And now we're just adding the background sound. And bye guys, football time. Have fun. Thanks for coming, Rodrigo. Thanks for helping out as well. I hope you have a fun time with football and sports. All right, water. That's what I originally wanted to do. Agua, very tasty. Okay, and since there's 16 seconds left, let me show you, to those that maybe have not been here, game, where we at? Game concepts, nope, concepts, gaming. No, not gaming, programming, this guy here. Gotta find the right screen. Alrighty, welcome back from the ad break. So, to give you a better idea of what I mean when it comes to melody and everything, and have fun, score lots of goals. Yeah. Let's go into here quickly and teleport here. And C minor can maybe work since it has D sharp, but we can try. Again, I'm not used to the scales, things of that nature. I've only messed around with C major, so going into any other realms, but I'm completely open to it. Now, when I was talking about for the melody, right? You see how, right? C, A, pause, L, pause, O, pause, H, space, pause, E, H, pause, E, space, E, O, R, O, D, O, V, E, S, comma, space, M, A, N, O, E, space, A, G, space, G, O, O, D. Oh boy, space, W, H, E, and space, I, T, space, I, S. There we are. And are your music writing notes publicly available? Hi, Ray March. Welcome to stream. No, they are not. I've never seen these chord flowcharts. They're not my flowcharts. Hold on, and I can show you them. Ending. You know, for being easy, that didn't feel easy. I struggled. I got introduced to this flowchart. You can find them online very easily. If I go back into concepts here, play the music, and then I will try your suggestion. Kaitsobu or Kaitotsu. Is that how you would pronounce it? If you type in chord progression charts, you should be able to find it. There's some that look like this, for example, and it goes over major, minor, and then there's this one which I like because it has color. But this might help you find a easier time in looking at things. But just usually chord progression formulas, chord progression charts. That's what you can find. And the flowcharts, chords, they're everywhere. A lot of these notes, there's a ton of them. And don't worry about my name, it's Japanese, so say whatever you want. Well, I'm taking Japanese, or I used to. I stopped, but I'm trying my best to get better at pronouncing the names. But these notes here that I've written are from videos I've watched. I have a link to the videos. If I do, let's see, exclamation music, GS. So that might interest you in things of that nature where I've looked up things and I've had those parts and run the flowcharts everywhere. Oh yeah. If there's one thing I like, it's flowcharts. Okay, so let's see. D sharp. C minor might work. So you're saying to switch over to a minor scale, which would be these guys we'd have to look at instead of these guys. And minor keys are a little bit different. They sound a little bit different. So C minor, that's what you were suggesting. If I go back to here, you can see right now it's C major, but if I click this guy, it's a little bit different. C minor is, let's see, it sounds like this instead. But yeah, maybe because, right, we're doing spooky, we want more negative emotions, maybe, or not even negative emotions, but lesser. And according to the chart, they outnumber us 12-1 and don't have to change the scale. Use C major chord for that particular bar. I see, interesting, okay. I am no problems with trying it. C minor chord. Okay, good. Let's go back into music. C stands for C minor. Got ya. Okay, let's go back into here and a little curly face. So C minor. So you're saying this guy here go down, or no, look, it won't let me go C minor. Is B C minor? B? Oh yeah, B would be C minor, wouldn't it? There you go. Let me go ahead and mute you. And where are we at? And I'm always so annoyed at the note names because that became the standard. I want to try my best to understand the names. I want to try my best to understand the names because it's what people use. And can't see. Oh, thank you for letting me know. There we are. There you go. Should be easier now. Let me slide this here so you can also see the clefs. And I did read that, good. And like C sharp is so bad. Yeah, C sharp, I was confused. Oh, wait, C sharp, that's a flat, right? C sharp is this guy. C sharp is, there you go. C sharp, okay. Now, maybe it was C minor. Double checking here. E minor, let's try. No, something sounds weird. And I told you, the flowcharts are taking over the stream. The flowcharts are lovely. The flowcharts are life. And absolutely displays. I don't even know how to say that word. So lovely. So good lovely. I tried. Let's see. Okay. I think because it starts at that C, that's where the issue is. Maybe because we expected to go somewhere else. And it doesn't. That's why it's not very happy. We expect it to start like A, I think. So maybe. But because it's the pitch is shifted a little bit, and well, Mo kind of does the same with me and me. Ah, I see. Enough unity to escape C sharp. Then Godot hits me with this. Lots of chords and scales. The A feels the nicest, however, it doesn't sound right. Starting with the, this guy here, because it's where I think we're going. And it's not too bad sounding. The idea is that the C here, and let me just double check, A, E, oh, A, C, yeah. So this would be fine. Maybe we do the note at this last guy here. And maybe skip current bar, work at the next bar, sounded nice and go back. Yep. That's the skipping stuff and going back can also help when you're stuck. Let's see, work the next bar that sounded nice. Yeah, this sounded nice. However, I think maybe if we just break it here. So let's see. This note. Or maybe this note. I'm thinking maybe this guy here is the one we can modify. So if we're at the C, maybe, let's see, this guy here, F. maybe FCA might work. And it should be 12 letters. Oh, with half 7 steps? Huh? You've lost me completely. So maybe instead, right, we make this and we can do half notes. I think it's half notes. Or is it this guy? Yeah, that guy there. And then we do F. So F, A, C. F-A-C, possibly? And I'm just curious to see how that sounds. So F would be F, and then A would be here, and then C. Yeah, okay. Curious, let's see. What was the current scale? The current scale right now is C. C major. You know what? I'm not too upset about that. It kind of has a fun, funky bounce feel. I feel like if we kind of stretch it out, maybe it might work. Let's see. Maybe if it is stretched out, so maybe we go half? Or, yeah, half. Maybe? Let's see. And C major, but have the D sharp in it? Yeah, for me at least, it was like this, right? And then modified it a little bit. So it's that thing of, you probably shouldn't, but for me, it's the thing of something doesn't sound right when it's like this. So then I go back to this, which is that it's a small tweak. And it probably is not the thing I think it is, but it's the thing of it sounds nicer. So sometimes I have the words to describe what I think, but then other times it's just, something's off. Let's see. Yeah, I think this could possibly work. And generally despise Al Saxo giving names to notes. Maybe. I feel like this can work. Let's see. And then maybe this guy is still that guy. So maybe we can just copy you. But maybe we move you down one, like that. Try that. And what does alto saxo refer to in this situation? Oh, I don't know. I could not tell you. I am quite lost in typo. Yeah. Understandable. Let me scroll out a little bit and about here. Okay, let's give it another try. Well, actually, hold on. Let's see. Maybe down again? I know this is not the chord progression again. You're able to go off. And oh, oh boy.
Inside just subscribed. The music is going great, so the game is going great.
Thank you,
I can conclude that we're doing great.
I can conclude. Thank you for the subscription, Ansia. Thank you. Thank you to a pain of chord progression. I mean, I'm having fun, but man. Do re mi is the way, yeah. Yeah, I do like do re mi. So what do you think of this? Something feels off, but I feel like it's starting to take form. Just a smidge. No. This guy... I don't know what that button did. I didn't like it. Something should go down. I think it should go down lower. So this guy, which is our EBG, I believe EBG, that's the E chord, right? The E, if we go to this guy here, and it's supposed to be 2 months, but I guess you don't have a custom announcement for that either. I didn't know that was a thing. Next month will mark, or the end of July will mark me doing Twitch for a year, and yet still, much of it is unknown to me, but I will certainly look into that. Thank you for telling me that. Let's see. So, our E, I think that's what we start out, right? E, G, EGB. Yeah, E. So it's EGB. Or no. E. Hold on. E. E. Yeah, E. That should be 3, right? 3 key? Yeah. Which is median. Okay, where can we go from B? And I'll try to be here for the 1-year celebration. It does take, well, the official debut was on August 3rd, I believe. But I did a few test streams at like the 28th of July. So I don't know if I'll count it as the beginning of next month, or we'll see. And this is so close to C melodic minor scale. Interesting. That's what I mean, is the sense of you don't have to know the terms or the words, but intuitively we have a way of understanding music. It's the thing of I have no idea term-wise, but I know something sounds nice. And if I can figure out what that something is in terms of words, it makes it a lot easier to describe what I'm doing. And do-re-mi is actually kind of based on an Ionian scale. Do-re-mi and an Aeolian scale, la-ti-do, which means the soul, don't know that word, is mode independent. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. I want to see where we can go from 3. So if I go ahead and hide this guy, right? And do-re-mi is how we say C, D, E in French music. Oh, interesting. Do-re-mi. Usually it's, that's do-re-mi. That's interesting. Oh, yeah, C, D, yeah, that's do-re-mi. Do-re-mi. And then fa, sol, la, ti, do. Yeah. So where was I? E, I think, and then, which was 3. And if we go into concepts here, concepts, 3 should then go, if we go here, right? 3 is either going to want to go to 6 or, yeah, that's VI, so it's 6. So either 6 or 4. So either, and then we go to 6. Now, what is 6 again? I forget. So let's go to, oh no, I'm lost. Oh, okay, we're here. So we go to 3, and let me go ahead and hide this guy. Can't see again, yep, I just moved it. I'm just moving it, don't you worry. Oh boy, okay, and I rarely hear T actually. Interesting, okay, interesting. So we're here, right? 3, which is our E. And it's saying that that 3 might be nice to go to Ivy, which is our F. Or no, Ivy, 4. Yeah, okay, 4. So either here to here, which doesn't sound too bad. And in France, at least, it's C. Interesting. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, e, do. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do. Interesting. I've never heard of that one before. Let's see. So either this to this, or it's also saying we can go, let's see, and then to VI, which is 6, so, and then to this. Interesting. Okay, let's give those a try. In Spanish, we also use C. Yep, instead of T. Yep, that's what Colonel said. Well, I think you maybe typed it at the same time. So, let's write that down. And I'll put this music back on while I'm writing it down. And I guess it depends, yeah. It sounds like it as much, which is really interesting to hear. I always think it's interesting to hear different words are used for different things. So let's see. If my tablet will turn back on, we have I, and I, which is E. And it is E, G, B. E, G, B. And it's recommending we go to VI or to Ivy. So IV. VI is, if we go ahead and grab this guy down, let me make sure the screen is visible. And you're better at music math than me. I do love me some math. That's the one benefit I do have, is the math. And if we look right, VI is A. So that would be ACE, I believe, except when it comes to programming. Math, yeah, you know what? It depends. It truly does. So ACE, I believe, is, hold on, ACE. Yep, ACE is VI. It's 6 ACE, and then Ivy. And I'm good at different music math. The math is so fun. And Ivy, that's before 5, so it's 4. That is after E, which is F. It would be FAC. So FAC is what they're saying. And I know audio engineering. Ooh, that's fancy speak. What is that? Is audio engineering when you use the special stuff in the DAW, or what does that mean specifically? If you don't mind me asking. So our ACE and our FAC, what we might be able to do, right, is this is an F, this is a D. And if we look, right, ACE, since this is, we have an F here, maybe instead we can go to our F. So we have F here, and then we have A, so maybe A, and then we have C, so maybe FAC, like this. Maybe something like that. Like mixing, mastering, sound design. Ooh, that's fancy. That really is fancy. That sounds like fun. And I have the piano keyboard in my pads.
239 is
crazy.
now following.
And thank you. Hold on. Let me make sure I have the name properly. Cremasset, or maybe Cremast is how you say it. Thank you for the follow. And have the piano keys. Oh, I just find it wild that we choose the note names in such a way that every musician needs to have the piano keyboard, even if they have no business with keyboards, and only want some diatonic scale. I remember the word diatonic. I don't remember what it means. There's so many terms. Let's see. I want it to go deeper. So maybe we do this, and then we change you to this. Let's see. It doesn't sound quite right. I'll be honest, something's off. And she's doing it again! I must have had to have psychic powers to read a mind choke, and I will not elaborate for the sake of... Oh, did I read it again in my mind? Hold on. An original country, like mixing, mastering, have the piano keys. Oh no, I don't remember. And wait until you learn about microtonal songs. I've heard of microtonal. I forget what it means, but I remember it's a weird subject. Let's see. I do like that, but I feel like it should go deeper. Maybe that's why. Like maybe this deep? Okay, that's a little bit too deep. Back it up a little bit. I tried harmonic minor scale. Maybe it fits with your major scale modification. What is harmonic minor scale, might I ask? I never heard of that before. And I'd expect you to understand. Please don't worry about it. Okay, I'll do my best. Let's see. And the most popular one that you should know is Asgore's theme. I do plan to learn that one. That is on my to-do list to learn on the piano. It feels like it should go down one, but it doesn't quite go down one. The other one we can try is, let's see, this was F, maybe ACE. So we have C, A, and then E. So maybe this guy can work. No, definitely not. I like this. Something's off. And your business more than enough. You can't be expected to read everything. That's too much pressure. I do try. And yeah, best is enough. It's just hard to remember, but I do appreciate you saying that. Okay. It's F and... Oh, hold on. F and D. And I have here F, A, C. And Asgore theme is E major, but it's actually between E and F major. E major, I've heard of that. F and E major, yup. It's just not too familiar. I'm still on the C major scale, but I do understand, yeah. From what I remember, depending on the scale, and I think the B one is the one I'm learning at the moment. Yeah. Oh, nope. Let's see. Oh, nope, something's off. You go. I think that's B minor scale, possibly, but that's the next one I'm learning. So it's slowly coming together. Let's see. Okay, listening again. It's this D, maybe. That's a little wonky. Okay, let's see. And what about W for wombo? What do you mean W for wombo? Zero, can you elaborate? I don't get what you mean. Let's see. I69. Welcome back. Or I69. I6N. I got the 9 confused with the N. Welcome back to stream. And something sounded off, but that may have just been me, but I think you got the right key anyway. If I did get the right key anyway, it's that thing of just ears are good, but words are not. Mouth not good. Something's off. It needs to go down. And what are you using? This is MuseScore, MuseScore. It's a free, what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe notation software that you can use to make sheet music. Let's see. It goes down. Maybe that's the note I'm thinking of. Hold on. It's not too bad. And you use FL Studio? Yeah, a lot of people do. I wanted to see if I could find something free to use, since a lot of people that watch me are beginners, and FL Studio is a little bit of a thing you'd have to really invest in. But I do understand why people use it. It seems really neat, and eventually I do want to try learning it, but for now, it went in as simple as we can get. And for major, it's always 2-2-1, 2-2-1-2. Yep, I do remember that. And, And if you don't know anything about music like me, I recommend using FL Studio. Ooh, I don't think I would recommend FL Studio. That's on the harder side to learn when it comes. It's like looking at a rocket ship control panel. But you do recommend things. And again, so just LMMS again. I believe it is recommended. I've heard of that one before. LMMS. Yep, I have heard of that one before. I think I've tried it, but I think it was still a little bit too complicated for me. So that's the thing. A lot of people definitely have preferences, which I'm really happy about. Let's see. It doesn't sound too bad, but something's missing. Like it needs to go deeper. And cool audio engineering fact, no matter the pitch of your voice, the frequencies of the vowels stay the same. Ooh, no matter the pitch of your voice, the frequencies stay the same. Math and science, it's so neat. And FreeDAW, I recommend Waveform. Never heard of Waveform. Been using it for 6 years. Interesting. A drop on FL. You just need to sample some 2000s music. Makes sense. So let's see. Let's go back here and here. And notation is one of the more complex ones. This notation. Interesting. And hello again, how much did I miss? It needs to go deeper, but I don't know how. And hi-hats and clips makes sense. Yep. Let's see. And maybe, these guys shouldn't be like this. Maybe you should be. I thought the pause was good, but maybe it should be more so like you, make you half. Oh, let's see. You should be half too. Hold on. Let me grab you, copy, delete. You should be not that, yep, that, and then this, and then this. Okay, try again. Let's see. And nope, not at all. Hi, Q's, welcome to stream. And basically, if you say the vowel in a different pitch, that frequency of the vowel will stay the same for all of them. Frequency. I know frequency is a different thing, and not about being on stream. But again, no worries. If you can't come, if you can come and go, no worries at all. And yep. I do like the pause. Great. This guy feels like it should be deeper, and it's helping my friend. Again, no worries. Helping's always fun. Maybe one deeper? Let's see. It goes from here, and then to... Ooh, maybe that's it. Let's listen again. And also, this needs to be changed. Never mind. I changed my mind. It sounded nice in my head, and then I realized I don't like it. That starts on, no, I believe you're F? Yeah, F. And that's E. Let's see. Well, this would be F. So it's not too bad, but I'm looking for a deeper sound. Or a lower sound, maybe that's the best way to describe it. And I wonder if MuseScore has a MIDI import function. Yep, it does indeed, which is really nice. It has all the MIDI stuff. And since my game involves using MIDI to compose and figure out where to put the notes on the game, it was very important for me to have a way to have a MIDI function. Let's see. Something does feel off, but I can't quite tell what. And I quite like having that pause. I think that pause was important. So having this have the, let's see, you here, and then you here, and I think I made you whole notes, or nope, you're good. So something like, let's see. And flatten the third one? Oh, what does that mean again? And hi, I hope everyone's having a great day. Hi, Cats out on keyboard. Welcome back to stream. Welcome. Do you mean this one? Like that? Flatten the third one in that sense? Let's see. Do you try software off stream? Hold on. No, that's definitely not it. When I've done these music streams before, I've tried programs on stream, tried them for the first time. So I've tried quite a few. And then after getting to this one here, I've tried some offline as well. So it's a thing of, I've tried to do them for the first time here just to get a general feel. However, it's that thing of, usually I can tell right away if if me and the program are gonna get along quite well. But then it's also that thing of, maybe I shouldn't have first, appearances judging, never judge a book by its cover. Give it a try and make a song first. And if I do like the process, then keep it. If not, try another one. Let's see. just feel like it should be deeper. But it does sound nice. But then you mix it with the other notes or the melody, and it doesn't sound nice. The music score isn't really on the easy side, so it's interesting you stuck with it. Interesting. That is an interesting one to say. I'm surprised to hear that. I feel like the hardest part is just learning sheet music, but once you know the sheet music part, it's easier in terms of just trying to figure out the controls. Maybe because of the way we've been going, it sounds off. Let's see. And then up. And then I feel like it should go back down, maybe. Maybe that's it. So maybe, possibly, it should go here? Let's see. And I find the sheet music notation so aggravating. I assume there's a lovelier way to do it. I just don't know it. And it seems so unsuited for the things that it tries to solve. Interesting. I've never heard, I mean, I can assume for something like this makes it hurts the head. So I can understand that, 100%. Up. Right, and then up. And then back down. Or no. Back down to A. So maybe back to U. Try again. Hard to stop for use Pro Tools in Studio One. Never heard of those. Up. No. Needs to go down when I think. Maybe this. That's not too bad. I guess the hard part is sheet music? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Timing for computer with sheet music isn't easy. Oh, really? That's surprising. I feel like this, I do this because I find the timing easier. And FL is actually on the easier side. Interesting. Nope. Bad idea. Go back in time. Okay, try again. Okay. I do like that. What I'm looking at until I hear what sounds these funny symbols make, and then, yeah, that's it for me. I just kind of, I don't know what the funny symbols do, but I'm gonna nod and figure it out as I listen. Let's see. Maybe we can bring this guy up, because the other guy goes up, right? Let's see. And on the 5th bar, the highest note of the chord, flatten it to be. Hold on. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Highest note, flatten it. You mean like this? And let's see. And you're limited to relatively big integers for timing. Well, yeah, that's why that's why I like it, because you're limited to that specific timing integer. When it comes to other guys where you can use the piano notes and slide it was too free-flowing. I like how strict this one is. And what instruments are those? If I hold on, where are we at? There you go. Right now we're using a vibraphone for the notes, so for the melody here, and then we're using a piano for the chords at the moment. Let me go ahead and do that again. And the intervals are consistent visually. Yeah, that's why I like it. It's consistent. And the DAW I actually went to learn in Ableton. I heard of Ableton. Yep. And you can do integer-based timing in nearly all piano software. You can, but for me, this looks nicer. Is the feel I go for. Let's see. And this. Let's see. If I go back to here. And I mean the thing linked has intervals. Oh, okay. Got ya. I will, let's see. Magic of the internet. Oh my. This looks like magic. Truly magic. Oh, hold on. Can I drag this into concepts? I don't think I can. I might have to open it up once stream is up, but this right here, it looks super complicated, but I assume it's not by the way you're saying it. So I will certainly give it a look after stream. Let's see. I do like that sound, but I don't know if that is what we need. It's like a different system. Interesting. And I'm not just curious. What looks nicer specifically, or is it just a general looking good vibe and good night? Night, Rudy. Hope you rest well. I like how the notes are spaced out, right? There's only a certain amount of notes you can put on the bar space. and you can change the type of notes that they are, but they all look the same compared to the piano lengths and the rolls that you can see with other programs like Bosca Seal. And that's the best way I can describe it to being nice, is a sense of, these are the notes, you got different symbols for different things, but it's all in the same area, is how I can best try to explain it. Let's see. And so in your 5-line system, visually equivalent distance does not apply the same interval. The Japanese method does have that property. It's something I would have to definitely think about, as right now, a lot of things going on. Let's see. Maybe. And that's the thing, when these guys are combined, it doesn't sound quite nice. That sounds nice. So maybe we just get rid of this guy. Maybe we don't need him. Maybe these guys can be whole notes again. Let's see. Okay, not too bad. 5-line system, you cannot tell which pitch and note is based on local information. You need to be aware of the time line clef. Yep, and coming from a hip-hop concert to this is certainly experience. I hope you had fun, Jack. Let's see. Let's see. And the Japanese method also doesn't silver for that. Yeah, it's something I'd have to think about, because it's a lot of terms thrown out, man. Head shirts. Let's see. And this method has no sharps or flats. I do quite like the sharps and flats. Let's see. It could work, but I think because we're doing something spooky, right? Having that spooky feel is probably a good idea. So when we go here and go here, maybe working off of a minor scale is a better idea. While I do like the sound, happy is not what we're going for. So I think maybe swapping over to minor would be better. So let's give that a go. Why don't we? Let me go to, let's see, C minor. I'll go and pull this up here. Go ahead and make the music play again. And I'll write these guys out so you can see. And that's kind of classy, but I don't hear the spookiness. Yeah. Things are working. And yeah, more better to harmonic minor based on your melody. That's what I'm thinking. Minor, because again, that feel. Right now it's too happy. And tell it to do vibrato. I don't know what that means. Let's see. Let me slide this guy up here. So we'll switch from C major to C minor. Let me scroll out a little bit. And what I'll do is I will move this guy over here. Or actually, let me do this. Yep, okay. And I'll quickly write these guys down. And I'm going to work. Goodbye. Goodbye, Jack. I hope you have a lovely time at work. Usually I know work's not very fun, but I hope you're able to find some fun in it. The best of luck to you, and I hope it's not too long or boring. Let's see. Tonic, and then we have 2, which is I, and then 3, which is I, and I, and then 4, which is IV, I believe, which is I, V, and then we have 4, 5, and then 6, which is VI, and then, let's see, VI, and then 7, which is VI, let's see, let me write that here, let me move this up so you're able to see it, and just like major minor, harmonic minor is another name for a different scale. Interesting. I've never heard of harmonic minor. That might be something I have to look into. In this chat, out nerds programming streams, and it's incredible. The musicians are quite passionate, aren't they? Which is lovely. I want to get more into the music world, so I will by all means listen to this. Let's see. C. Oh, actually, let me use a different color for this guy here. C, and then let's see. C. Oh, C, D, and then we have E, F, G, and then A, and then B. Your B flat, so I'll just do a little B there, an A flat. We also have a little E flat. There you go. And then from there, we'll go ahead and grab. I will screenshot this so we can get a good look at what we're looking at. get a good look at what we're seeing. And I'm not understanding, unfortunately, but it's fine. Like, do you prefer having symbols for time rather than equivalent integer length? Partition always works the same tempo-based system no matter what, so there's not really a difference in timing. I think I got lost. The issue is, it's a little hard because there's a lot of conversations going on at the moment about programs and things, so I'm having a hard time explaining. That's probably why you are a little bit lost. I can try some other time to explain it, but for right now, the best explanation I can give is just it feels nice. And again, that's not a really good explanation, but for me, when I say this, it's easy for me to read. But when I see something like the notes on Bascaciol, let me see if I can get a screenshot possibly. Hide you, show you. Like Beatbox. I had a hard time using this program. If I go back into this really quickly and do this. This program here was a little bit confusing to me. I didn't like the way it looked. And for me, it was the roll of notes. And while you can, choose the different lengths, for me, the notes themselves was a lot nice to visually see. That's the best way I can describe it. And let me go back into concepts here. And go back into here, and let's see, C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Yep. And how I found that out was I looked at this guy, I clicked on the C minor, and the notes are right here. So I was able to write them out. And it does look confusing indeed. Those are better, they're better representations, but I think I see your problem. Okay. I'm glad you get at least a bit of an understanding. And she likes a bit of obfuscation. I've never heard that word before. What does that mean? Let me go ahead and as well, let me grab, where are we at? I want to grab this guy here. Oh, never mind. Can I grab the selection if you wouldn't mind? Yeah, I want to grab you so we can look at the minor guy right here, our minor keys. And now let's first start off by writing out the note names, and then we can kind of figure out, see if we can do these guys. Now, I believe this is D, so I'll put D. And that's where learning the notes can certainly help. Like this is D, so that's E, and that's A, and that's B. That's B flat, and then that is A, and then that is D, and that's also D, E with a little B in there, and then that's C, D, and that's D, but it's sharp, a little hashtag, and then you have D, E, and then was it D, E? D, E, yeah, D, E, and then F, I believe. Oh no, that doesn't sound right. B, E, F. Oh, that's right. Never mind. Yeah, that's right. I don't know why I put A on there. F, and that's not B. And let's see. One thing I did do, at least, was I like with the 5-line notation, the flats or sharps. Yeah. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Let me scroll up. Obfuscation is like expressing a simple thing in a complicated way for no reason. Ah! What were those machines called that did complicated things for some simple reason? Or, yeah, a simple thing, but in a complicated way. Let's see, that's F, which means that is G. Okay, I think that's it. G, and then that's D, that's F. And although it could help understand how time is translated into the program computerized, but you may understand the probably already. Yeah, I've tried other programs, and I'm more than open to trying other ones in the future. For right now, this is the one I'm using, but I definitely want to try other ones, as I don't like to limit myself. And let me just double check. Let's see. That's D, and then let's see. D is that one, and then you go up to F, and then G. Yep, and then that's F. Yep, F, G. This is C, so that's D, D, and then that's C, D, D. That is F, as that is G. Yep. And then that's G, and then this is E. E. There we go. Okay. I believe that is properly written down. I used to do training in the morning where I would practice reading sheet music because I think it's fun. Another reason I want to get good at reading sheet music and doing it this way helps me practice it a lot more, is because I want to learn songs. So doing this would help with that as well. And I kind of do prefer the classical music notation length encoding over piano roll style. Yeah, it's the thing of preference, right? And for me, because one of my goals is to learn, and I think I have an example up here where I compare some Undertale songs. Where are we at? I think, yeah, like Heartache. If I want to learn how to do Heartache, how am I going to learn it? I'd have to read sheet music and understand sheet music, right? So might as well kill two birds with one stone, write my music in sheet music, and also learn how to do sheet music so that I can play songs that I want to do on the keyboard. That's another reason why I prefer the sheet music instead. Okay, we were right here. So, if we start G, G is 5. You mean the note length system of the sheet? And yeah, it's a shame that we are hard stuck with the system. I do like the idea of more systems. So let's see, G, G this, yep. And for this guy here, oof, I forget how to do it. It would be G, and then instead of E, it's E flat. So it is, well, hold on. This is G, this is B, it's B flat, yeah, okay. So G, and then, I think it's like this, right? G minor, there we go. Yep, G minor. And that, let's see, let's D. Yeah, G minor, there we are. So this is major, this is minor. Yep, okay, good, I remembered. So, I'm thinking maybe, right, because we do have a D, I think, here, or no? Yeah, we do. So let's start G minor, and yeah, major minor is the third note flat. Yep. It was the small two tips that are really nice. And it'd be nice to have a system with just notes and timing entered as text and integer. I believe that is how MIDI works. You can modify MIDI text, but it definitely would be nice to have a program. And let's see. So this would be, just want to double check, G, and then that's B, and then that's D. G, B, D. G, B, D. The B is flattened, so I'll put a little B there, and that is 5. And that does correlate with our D we have on here, right? And if we start here at our 5 for our minor keys, and that 5 is big, so we'll use the big guy here. G, oh, there we go. What it says you can go to is that F and D, which is interesting. F and D. So from 5, you can either go to V, I, or I. And for I, it has a C, so let's see. And then it'd be, yep, and that would be C, E, G. And since we don't have any C, E, Gs, maybe not. Maybe what we can go to, let's see, our 5, V, I, that's B, so we start here. And then here we use U. And then I think, let's see, hold on. It's B, D, F, B, D, F, and B, D, F. Yep. So F stays the same. That's D. E stays the same? E still stays the same, so it's only U. There we go. That. And one folk can listen to so much in music in a day, have to go again. Good luck. I see. Yeah, understandable. And keeping the music sages in, yeah, in chat. Wish you a great one. Thanks for coming around. Jack, thanks for stopping by. And here's a code for the C minor scale. C, D, what do you mean? I'm a little lost. Let's see. This guy here, B major. That doesn't sound right. B, but it starts here at the B flat. Yep. And what did triplet exactly? The 3 notes. There we go. Would that be the minor guy? The 3 guys here? And then, yeah, okay. So, maybe we can try that. So that would be B, and then D, and then F, B, D, F. But we make sure this guy's flat and right for the minor. So let's give that a try. I'll make sure you're flat. Okay, and this would be our VII. Let me go ahead and copy you. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can really copy you. And let's give this a go. See how this feels. And let me just double check to make sure that is the right guy. If I go here, our B. Yeah, B, D, F. Yep. Oh, actually, the B is the minor guy. Got ya. Okay. Let me move that guy then. You are the minor. Let me move you to here. Lovely. Okay, good to go. And yeah, but then you have to interact in order to read. Yep. Telling ya. There's a lot of concepts, and I'd love to learn them, but for me, it's a lot of slowly digesting and understanding. Trying to learn a lot of new things in one day and just a few hours is not a good idea, nor will I try. But getting familiar with them, at least acknowledging them and hearing, okay, you do exist. I do appreciate that you're here. I don't understand what you do yet, but I know your thing. And B minor, no worries. That's what this guy is here for, right? That makes it really easy to see. Okay, C minor. We have C, E, yeah. And this kind of helps bridge the gap, right? It helps makes things a little bit easier for someone like me who may not know all the terms. It helps. I really do think it does. And then it says relative major, dominant, and that's really neat. So we'll slide this back over. And we'll go back into where we at? Oh, music score. Help. Where we are. Yeah, okay, good. So we wanted to do first, and let me hide this, making sure. And let me go ahead and zoom out. We take our chords, and then, where are we at? Concepts? Okay, so first GBD is the one we want to go for, and the GB, I keep hiding so many things, there's a lot of tab work here. And I think a mistake is assuming piano roll is the system for writing. There's multiple versions of piano rolls where a lot of your sheet music is more generally the same, although there may be small variations. That is interesting. That is interesting to note. So let's see. G, which is the ground floor. And then there's B and D. And the G gets modified to be B. B gets modified. There you go. And then from there, B, D, F possibly. So we have B, and then we have D and F, and we have the B lowered. And never seen it that way, but I do prefer the classical musical notation. It's simpler, but never had a problem with MIDI piano roll. Interesting. All right, let's see. Let's give this a go. Let me go ahead and pause this music here. And click on play. That's so much better. Yeah, I think the scale was the issue. And MuseScore can export to MIDI. MIDI can be imported into DAW. Yep, that's the thing. That's another reason why I like MuseScore is because it can go into a lot of different programs. I can import music sheets from different places if I want to learn a song, things of that nature. It makes it really easy. Let's see. So instead here, when we use... Maybe we go spookier. Maybe we go back a little bit. Maybe, and I know we have 10 minutes left, but I'm thinking, right? I really like how this sounds. However, there's no reason we don't have to see our options. Maybe instead of using a C major scale from the start, we use the C minor scale from the start. Because this feels not spooky. I do like it. However, maybe changing the notes themselves would be better. So I think that might be something to do, as I do like this. However, that's not spooky. That's like just a nice good feeling in my ears. However, this, more spooky. Still a little hopeful because it goes up. Maybe if I do this, it might sound a little better. Yeah, something like that. So I'm thinking the next plan of action would be, so, with the time we have left, as I don't mind going a little over time, I usually end at 5 p.m. EST, so it's about 10 minutes from now. I want to go through, try again with these guys here. So I'll do File, and I'll do Save As, an easy song 2. Let's see if we start from the beginning using minor scale, does that give it a better feeling? And if it does give it a better feeling, what's that feeling that we get? So I'll go ahead and delete all of these guys, and we'll try again, as I have this saved. There's no worries in not being able to use them. We can go back into here, go back into concepts, and let's give it a look. I think there's no harm in it. Concepts. As while we did spend a lot of time, the important thing is not to get married to an idea right off the bat, as a lot can change and very quickly, you can see, right? Especially for this stuff. Usually people don't make music in a few hours. They usually take a little bit longer time. And I need to look up. Our problem is a float anyway, which makes it harder to read that classical timing. Interesting. Okay. Let me go ahead and copy these guys here and paste you here. Yep. Okay. So, just for these guys here, since I start on A, the A scale, if I click on this guy, right? A would be, if we click here, is going to be AEC, and it's going to be flat. So, let's start. AEC. AEC. Bum, bum, bum. AEC. And the A is flat, so we'll do with a little B symbol. And the A is a VI. Big letters. We'll do the 1. Makes it easier to... Well, the I. It's not a 1, right? And then from there, so we go A, B. And VI. VI usually goes to IV or II. So let's see. IV or II? IV or II? IV. We'll do IV or II. And so IV would be... Let's slide this down a little bit. You go there. IV starts with F. And then II starts with D. Let's do this here. And then just taking a quick look at our notes. The F one, so the F minor would be FCA. F. Or I guess it would be FAC. I think if I can remember. F. Yep. And the F is... A is the minor, this little guy here. And A, B, C, B. The E is also flat? Is it? Hold on. A. Oh, yeah. You're right. I didn't see it. And I'm using the tool, but I'm not even noticing what it's telling me. You can see, right? The A is flat, the E is flat, and the B is flat. So, yeah, 100%. And for the F guy, right? F, C, and then the A, 100%. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here. And let's see. Go ahead and move this guy over here. As yeah, anytime the A shows up, anytime the A, E, or B shows up, it is flat. You need so much visual context just to be able to play the note. I mean, I'm not surprised. I definitely want to get better at reading sheet music without reading it, or at least the idea of being able to play stuff, but that's the thing, just trial and error, right? So for our D guy, it's, let's see, D, where are we at? D, F, A. So D, F, and A, and since A is in the minor, it'd be like this, so D, F, A, so like that, right? I believe D, F, A. Let's check. D, F, A. Yep, lovely. And I had to do music inspired by antique Greek music for college and transcribe it to classical notation. Oh, that sounded fun until you said never again. I'll certainly have to take your your word, and that's called B diminished chord. Yep. The nice thing about this program, the piano one, is you can see, right? It tells me what it is. So it's a thing of I never truly have to not know the terms since it will help me learn them. This here and then, yeah, see? It says B diminished right up there and right there. Let's see. So we can either go here or here. Let's give that a try, shall we? And I'm misremembering? I would not know. Let me go ahead and move you down here, move you here, and let's give these guys a try. Let's go back into where we got to music score. Here we are. Easy song 2. Lovely. And cool app. They're very cool, yeah. That's that thing of when I'm learning, I don't have to worry about remembering too much the words. However, just a thing of, yeah, I see that word. I just have to slowly start incorporating it into my lingo. So back to here, right? What we want to do first is start off with the A minor, I believe. Or no, it'll be the A major. A minor major, it says. Let me slide you back up here. That way you can see what I'm looking at. This guy here, A, E, C. So let's go back into here and do A, E, C. Go back here and A, E, C. So this is A, this is C. Oh, hold on. Let me slide this up so I can see. C and E. Yep. And then A is minor. And then from here we go up, and I thought it was fun trying to watch you understand what the message you're referring to. I think you might need to read my messages in order. Good piano roll system would have the same as a partition. I don't know what that word means. With no changes whatsoever, except you replace the note symbols by blocks of different lengths. I think so, yeah. Where instead you have blocks instead of notes. I can see that, yeah. And I think so. I think I understand. So then from here, we go to either FAC or DFA. And because we have here our C and our D, it could be either or. Let's see. Let's try first DFA. So this would be, let's see, D, and then this is F. This is D. Let's see, D, and then A is, yeah, DFA, right? DFA. D, F, and A. Okay. And A is, yep. Alrighty, so let me go ahead and pause this guy here, and let's listen. Let's see. Okay, that's not too bad. I think oh, hold on. I didn't mean to move it. And hi, Colorado. Welcome back to stream. Welcome back. It's actually supposed to be here, and it's gonna be flat. Let's try that. Music notation. I'm making music for my game. Since it's a rhythm game, it's important that the music is good. And since it takes place in a spooky cafe, since she plays a necromancer in a prestigious wizard academy, the hope is to make this both spooky but also a little fancy, is the hope we're going for, though. We got a little lost. But we're trying again. That's what this is about. Not taking it too seriously, and if mistakes are made, there's always going back and trying again. Let's see. I don't like this. I certainly don't think that works. Let's try the other one. So this was DFA. Let's try FAC. Let's see. This is F. And oh, the Nads are about to do their ad thing, so I'll let them run their ads while I sit here and work on the notation. We'll go ahead and dismiss that guy there. Maybe it's because the guys were moved. So maybe, right, instead of that, maybe we go down. So maybe down here might work. Let's see. Nah. Don't like it. Okay. The other guy that we could try was FAC. And let's see. That's not what we have right now. Yeah, okay. F. This is F. This is A. And this will be C. So something like this. Let's see. That's not too bad. Let's see. I think it overall just might need some different feels. But again, let's keep trying. And there's going over it again. The slower, deeper music definitely made it darker. Which is good, right? We didn't want happy, joy. So we'll see. And oh, I did read that. Good. Okay. Just shifted rational number scale. Let's see. So if we go here, right? F. Maybe we just do this guy here, and let's see. I don't think that's too bad. Maybe the issue is the flute or the vibraphone. Maybe if we make it into a different instrument, for example, maybe the piano itself. It's same instrument, but I'm just curious to see if it changes the feel. It kind of does in a way. I think maybe the second one is a little bit too loud, and that's why it doesn't sound quite right. So if I go back down here, yeah, you can see, right? It's not, they were opposite of each other. So now, just seeing the feel. Yeah, maybe that's better compared to the high one. So instead, let's go ahead and make that so it's not lower and maybe about the same. How does this sound? Let's zoom out a little bit. Yeah, I think that works better. Let me make you a little lower. I think this could work out. I truly do. Let me go ahead and close this guy here. It is 5:01 now. We'll see if we can get the last two of these guys down, and then I think we can call it a day. For now, at least. I'm certainly going to work on this on my own time, as I definitely want to get out a maybe harder, or at least easier. And, like if you had C2, you'd need to play the C note for 2 units. I think I understand what you're saying. So let's go back here. We're going to go with, let's see. That is F, so the FAC. Let's go ahead and undo the music. Let's see here, this guy. Lovely, okay. And let's go back into concepts. Move you here. Move you here. And I'm gonna drag you and you here. Ads should be up, so welcome back from the ads. We are going to continue. I think we can get the other 2 guys down. We're going to here, so Ivy. So where does it say we go from Ivy, right? Ivy, I'm just double checking. Ivy. So we can either go to, there's a few options. We could go to II. We could go to V. Well, there's tons of options. II, we could go to V, or we could go to VII. So there's 3 options. Interesting. Okay. So I'm gonna move you here, for you there, and F minor. F minor would be FAC, I believe. And gotta go. Thanks for the stream, Mirrors. You made good progress. Have a good day. So night, everyone. Thanks for coming, Colonel. Thanks for chatting along with the other music knowers. I hope you have a lovely time going whatever you're gonna do. Oh, gotta go. Yeah, okay. I thought it said rest, but that's what the NCS said. And I'm just talking about a text-based music writing system, which is something I've never seen before. Text-based writing system. Okay. An FAC flat. Yep. That's what this is saying here, I believe. Yeah, A flat. Yeah. FAC. Okay. Hold on. Let's go back into music. Give it a try. Let me go here. So it would be F, and then we have A flat. Wait, that's what we have already. Right? That's already what we have. That's the F, that's the A, and that's the C. Yep, that's what we already have. That's this guy here. You're saying do it again? So that is an option. Let's go back into concepts here. So, from here. And it's the third bar. No worries at all. So from here, we have the options of doing either 1, we can also do, yeah. So we're here, we can go 2, 5, or 7. We go back here, right? 2, 5 would be the G one, so I'm just gonna copy this guy, make it easy on us. And that there, or 7, which would be, start with B. Here, and then it would be, let's see, let me zoom in a little bit, move you down here. And it would be, let's see, G, B, D. GBD. Let me move you here. Slowly slide you over. GBD. So G, B, D. And then for B, it would be B, D, F. B, D, F. However, we need to make sure that it is in the minor scale, right? And for the C minor scale, if it's an A, E, or B. So since this is a B, this B becomes the B flat. That B becomes a B flat. And I think we're good. Yep. I am already on it. Don't you worry. That's a system here. Okay. And I believe that's all, right? It's A that's flat, E that's flat, and B that's flat. And we have a B here and the B there. Yep. We're all good to go. Okay. Let's give these a try. Now, what we do know, right, is that we have E and C next up on our die. And E and C. There's no E and C, which is interesting. And we might have a little bit of a problem moving, but it's okay. I think we're A-okay. So I'll zoom out a little bit here, go back into music, and let's tune it up. Let's see. Okay, so we have a few options at our disposal. Let me go ahead and move this back down here, and let's try. There you go. Okay. So we can do let me do the notes if you wouldn't mind. And time to tune up that engine. Vroom, vroom. Indeedy. So let's see. Let's try 2 first, right? What we did before. So D, F, A. Let's see. D would be, I believe, let's see. That's C, so D. And then F would be F, A. And A is flat. So let's see. Let me go ahead and pause my music. And, that's right. Where I think the exact, I see. Got ya. And, and, to those mentioning the Discord, let's see. Yes, see there. There you go. Since it was mentioned, the Discord is a place for game developers or people who want to do things that are related to games. So, for example, if you want to make games for music for games or art for games, that's the place to be. Let's see. Maybe go down. Oh, hold on. Maybe. Oh, nope. We don't want you. There you go. Try that. Nah. Okay. There's some other guys we can try. So if not that first option, we also have GBD. So GBD. Well, that's not G. Hold on. You go up. There you go. GBD. Yep. And the B gets flattened. So this guy here, flat. Let's try you. I'm just curious to hear. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. That's not too bad. And then our last option is BDF. So I'll go ahead and use you. So B, D, and then F. We'll just use that. There we go. Okay, let's try. Maybe one more. And I'm learning Godot, but trying to start and finish a project where I don't get too carried away and don't finish. Oh yeah, that was one of my worries when it came to Necrotype, was the and you can use A flat, ACE, then don't flatten the E. Oh, where? Or what are you referring to exactly? ACE here, or do you mean the next guy? And for the third bar, I see. Okay, so A flat, don't flatten the E. ACE. I think we do that somewhere. Yeah, we already. Oh, do you mean something else? Like here, A, C, and then E here, and don't flatten the E. So let's see. That's an interesting one. I shall save it for here. Okay, so I'm thinking we have a few options. I quite like this guy. I'm not too opposed to this guy. Let's see. And then maybe one more. Or we could go with this guy, which is They're both good. I think they both have promise, but we'll stick with this guy. Give it one last lesson. Yeah, okay. And this is G. So this is 5, and usually after the 5, you want to go to 1, but I'm not sure how it works on C minor. So I just scroll up really quickly. You do sometimes go to 1. Let's just grab that 1 as it is. Let's see. These 4 guys. So C, E, G would be that, or we would use the VII. And the VII is VII, right? Yeah, VII, which is BDF. It does have a D in here, but it's not a D sharp. So let's try CGE first. And let me just double check CGE. E is, okay, good. So maybe what we do is and let me just double check C, D, E, G. Yep. So C, C, oh no, that's not C. C, E, G. There we go. That's F, G. There you go. Okay, and then E is flattened. There we go. Okay, let's see. And for the D sharp on the 4th bar is a hard one. Yeah, this is tricky. We'll see. Let's see. That's not too bad, truth be told. We could also do that so there's not that additional guy. What does that sound like? I like both, in a sense. I think they both could work. It's just a thing of feeling it out. And it might also be a thing of just taking a step away from music for a bit to go like on a walk or something and coming back and seeing if my ears have changed. If I just loop this, because it's the same exact guy, right? What does it sound like, do you think? Let's see. I'll click on you, and let's loop it. BDF. I'm not opposed to trying. B is this guy. We have D and then F sharp. Interesting. Let's see. Ooh, that does sound quite nice. Let me move you, or hold on, copy you and paste you. Give it a listen, see how we feel about it. I like it. I think just the sounds and the dissonance is cool. Yeah, dissonance is fun. Maybe we don't even do chords for here, but that'll have to be, well, the next music stream, I don't know. It'll either be next week or the week after next week, depending on how I do my my guys on the bug fixing. And let me go ahead and turn the music back on. And right now I'm trying to animate using C++ for my sprite. Not hard, just takes forever. Oh yeah, that's usually the issue. It's just, usually things aren't hard, they just take some time. Let me go ahead and move this guy back to here. Let me go ahead and move it back to the just chatting part. I think that'll be it for me for this time around. I'm certainly going to continue working on it. I might, maybe I'll go in the Discord and continue working on it, as I think, you know, it's a thing of just really been thinking about it. I might have to take some time away and then come back, and I think we can certainly continue this. And thanks for coming. Thanks for help. Thanks for big help. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I'd love to see if we can raid either a game dev who's working on music at the moment or just a game dev who's doing Godot. If you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. But if you're on Twitch, I'm going to go to the end screen and then come back, and then we can see about raiding someone. I think raids are always lovely. But again, thanks for coming. Thanks for joining. I hope you all have a lovely time. I'm really happy with the way the Necrotype Cafe is developing. So oh man, we're getting close to something stable. Saying that, though, I hope to see you all soon. Tomorrow, we'll be doing some pixel art. We're going to be doing ghosts. We'll try to draw some ghosts. And since, you know, my game includes spooky stuff, so that'll be fun. I'm sure of it. And with that, where's the button? I can never find the button.